my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to today's reading, and you can already see if these are the cards that led you to wanting to click on this video in the first place, then you have made it to the right space when it comes to exploring what your inner child wants you to hear at this moment, whenever this reading has found you. So to get started, before we dive right into everything, before I encourage you guys to go select your piles, you guys already know the plan. I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a breakdown or game plan sort of rundown on how we're going to be going through this topic today. All right, so the way that we're going to be exploring this, we are going to be obviously taking a look at what your significator card has to say in the booklet that is associated with my animal spirit deck. After that, we're going to be looking at the first question for the question inside of a question within this topic today, which is where we're going to be exploring what your inner child is feeling right now. Secondly, we're going to be seeing what your inner child wants you to know right now. And thirdly, what your inner child needs most from you right now. And then to finish it up, we're going to look at final messages from source as well as your higher self. Okay, my loves? With that being said, please make sure that you have something to take notes with. And I did want to give a trigger warning within this reading topic, just because this is going to be an inner child reading. What that means, there might be some sensitive things that could come up. I typically do not like to filter through, I don't like to overthink when I allow channel messages to come through, because I feel like that is going to interfere with the rawness of the message. Like maybe there's a specific reason why that tone of voice comes through in my mind, and I shouldn't try to second guess it or try to trauma inform it, because I am a trauma informed facilitator for deep healing. So it's hard for me not to do that, but I specifically choose to be as filter free as possible when I do these readings for you guys, because I really want you guys to get all the messages that are coming through in my mind organically as possible in the way that they're meant to come through. Make sure that you cherry pick what resonates, leave what doesn't. These are all general readings. You know, at the end of the day, this is a pick a card reading that you have found on YouTube, my love. So if you are more interested in getting a more specific reading, I do highly recommend to check out the link in my description box down below, because I am accepting soul immersion readings right now, okay? If you want to get like a more detailed in-depth reading for yourself. With that being said, okay, make sure you take notes. I said all those things, and the trigger warning. I send you guys so much unconditional love, and don't shoot the messenger. If there's anything here that is triggering at all, remember, triggers are information where you are meant to explore that thing a little bit deeper. There's a reason why it's bringing red flag energy up. So rather than fighting it, see what happens if you breathe into it. I have no clue what's going to come up. I just felt really called to put the trigger warning in here, okay? If you have not given yourselves a moment to center yet before selecting your pile, I really do encourage that in order to be able to select your card from a place of real and true centeredness and integrity, from a more peaceful or grounded state of mind, so you can connect to source and your guides at this moment to really make sure that you're picking the pile that's really meant for you. Give yourselves a moment to take a nice inhale through the nose, holding it at the top for a couple of seconds before you do an HA sound out the mouth, like a loud sigh, allowing that exhale to kind of wash over the body. Trying to lengthen those exhales a little bit longer than your inhales, and you can continue that cycle at your own pace, at your own breath, okay? And do that as many times as you feel called to, maybe even closing your eyes in the process if that feels safe for you. And then during that, give yourself a moment to ask, what is it that my inner child wants me to hear right now? Really center into that question. And whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes and pick a pile, okay? I'm only here trying to explain it instructionally. I'm not expecting you guys to do it that quick. So take your time, pause this video if you have to, but I will meet you at your part of this video, okay? See you there. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number ones. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful Otter Spirit card with the number 42 and the words, "You are never alone," then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you. In reference to what your inner child wants you to know, wants you to hear, the exact moment that this reading finds you, okay? This is the timeless reading. It doesn't matter when you come across it. What matters is that it does find you at the timing that it's meant to come to you, okay? Before we kind of dive into this, I wanted to share with you the back of the deck collective energy for everyone, regardless of the pile that you felt drawn to or piles that you may have felt drawn to. Everyone received this as the back of the deck energy. So this might be a theme that will kind of be like reoccurring within each of the piles a little bit in different ways, but you guys all received the number 58 with Stag Spirit Take the Lead. And 5 and 8, what is that? That's, I think 13, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, I do count with my fingers still. Okay. So 13, there is a death, there is a rebirth, okay? But this death and rebirth is making your foundation with yourself stronger, more reliable, more durable, so that you can handle things and challenges that come your way with more ease. And I'm also hearing the word strife. I forgot what the freaking word strife means. With strife, with more ease and strife. Why is strife? Because I thought strife is more like a, isn't that like about conflict? Let me look that up really quick because that's going to bother me. Hold on. Oh, okay. So it says a state of intense conflict, struggle, or discord, especially prolonged or bitter disagreement between individuals, groups, or forces. Personal or emotional could be inner strife, family strife, synonyms, conflict, contention, discord, hostility, struggle. Here's a political strife, weaken the nation. Okay, strife, intense conflict. So there is some sort of strife. You know, there's got to be a reason why they came through for me. But you're learning the foundation that's shifting within you is going to aid you in being able to handle whatever strife you're in the middle of. Because I feel like there is something that you're meant to like lead yourself through, embody more leadership energy through to go through it. But we'll kind of see where that takes us with your reading in particular. I just wanted to share that with you. And with the number 4 and 2, the 4 and 2, when you add them together, they equal 6. And what I find interesting here, I just realized, I think there are 2 otters like kind of embracing each other, or they're shaped into a heart with each other. You are never alone. The number 6 here is giving me the idea of like a half of some kind getting separated from another half. Kind of like there may have been some sort of shutdown of some kind internally, like an internalized shutdown in your world, in your inner world, pile number 1. That has created some sort of disconnect between you and your real like truth, like your deepest, truest desires that feel the most like aligned or free. I don't know if that makes sense. Versus, I guess, like what you think you have to do, what society thinks you have to do. There's this idea of like routine here. Like I get up, I do things, I do all the right things. I get up every day, do this like routine sort of, and then like, but it's a disconnect from like the true desires, like your truth, like what you actually want or something like that. But you think that you can get it by doing something a certain way. I don't know what that is, okay? That's just the vision. That's what I'm seeing. Interesting. Some of you guys that pick this pile might have a tendency with perfectionism. And that can be like one of the biggest things that gets in your way when it comes to like trying to go towards something, because it can make it hard for you to differentiate between what your heart truly wants versus what you think you have to do because that's expected of you. That's the societal standard. That's the something that you kind of like tie yourself down with, or it weighs you down. I don't know. It's like a weird half and half situation. Okay. I'm gonna shut up. Let's get the booklet out. We're gonna see what the spirit animal has to say to you, what the medicine is here to tie it into your significator card energy. And we're gonna dive into it. We're gonna dive into the first section of your reading, okay, loves? So let us get it out. Okay, so number 42 with Otter Spirit. And then 1, 2, 7. 7 and 2 is 9, plus 1 is 10. Completion energy, again, coming through. And remember, keep in mind, 5 and 8 out to 13, and that's the death card in Major Arcana. Take the lead. There is an ending, a completion. And I feel like the 10 coming through here, again, is some sort of completion energy. So let's continue.
Like true friends, otters nurture each other and express their affection through touch. Actions such as holding hands and giving hugs offer reassurance that we are never really alone and that we are always cherished. Otter Spirit has appeared to remind you to experience and express friendship in a tangible and even tactile way. Communicate with your voice, your facial expressions, your gestures, and your actions, letting your love express itself beyond just the words you speak. Otter Spirit's message is that presence matters, so remember to be fully present with those you care about, helping them sense the love and affection and appreciation you have for them. Now is a time for joyful celebration of the love in your life that expresses as friendship and companionship. Hug someone, touch their arm, or simply look into their eyes with your full attention, saying, I care, you matter. Make time for friendship. Otter Spirit promises that the moment you reach out, you will remember that you too have many who love and care about you. You are never alone and you are always loved. Okay. So, the way that I'm reading this and interpreting it is this is like your inner child. And they want to remind you that you're not alone. And they want to think or believe that you haven't forgot about them either. So I'm going to keep that in my head. I'm also going to keep into consideration what we just read as we explore all of this, okay, guys? And to begin, we're going to be looking at what your inner child is currently feeling right now. So depending on what right now might mean to you, just keep that in mind. Again, this is a timeless reading. So whenever this reading finds you is when you're meant to hear it, okay, my loves? So we already got the cards shuffled and prepared here. We do have some back of the deck energies that did come through for you guys. And I'm just getting all the cards out. So I wanted to show you guys the back of the deck energies first. Look at all the prism cards you guys received. And, okay, this is where it gets interesting because I just remembered now I'm looking at the massive amount of cards I have on the side. When I wanted to get the back of the deck energy from the Chakra Wisdom deck, you guys got Chakra Wisdom deck here for the first section, something interesting happened. So normally all my cards are like this, and then one side, back of the deck energy. Instead, I had one card like this, and it was the Heart Chakra card with the keyword trickery. And this is the back of the deck. Heart Chakra card with wisdom. These are two very, very contradicting energies. So we have wisdom. There's opening here. There's clarity. There's white energy, white light energy. Expansion and trickery. There's confinement. There's a feeling of entrapment. There's containment here. Deception. It's kind of as if stealing, taking away something that brings the fulfillment, that brings the healing, that brings the ease of some kind. So remember when I said half and half? Now I think I'm understanding, these are two very contradicting energies, but they're both ruled by the same chakra, the heart chakra. And when I think about this, I'm thinking about the two otters here in this. There's two sides to the same coin, but one side has wounds and the other side has healed energy. And I feel like your inner child, whatever is going to come through, we're going to obviously see everything. This is just one of the back of the deck energies we got for you. There's an awakening of some kind here that's going to come through within your reading today, pile number one. I feel like this reading is going to be very important just for giving you some sort of feeling of clarity, not just clarity, sorry, an awakening, an epiphany of some kind, because this has been something that's been long waiting, it's been needed to happen. But there's been avoidance, or I guess you can say the word trickery of some kind, that's been making it harder to see or come to a conclusion, reach a conclusion with, have this breakthrough moment with. But we're going to be figuring that out today. We're going to keep going, right? We're just looking at the first section again, what your inner child is feeling right now, okay? Next up, for the back of the deck energies, we have bitterness for my box of emotions deck. And the additional words at the bottom say regret, remorse, self-pity, envy, jealousy, and disgust. And again, it has that green color. Next up, oh my God, I just realized we have death. So that's giving confirmation with that stag spirit with the number 13. And then the next back of the deck is horseman with the 9 of hearts and the number 1 on the side. I'm going to have to see what this is. It's my Malefique Lenormand deck. And then for the last and final back of the deck energy here, for this first section, for my fairy deck, we have the unicorn and the maiden with communication with unicorn, purification, and undercover action. There's secrecy here. And there's indifference. And I just saw that there's a number 10 at the top. I think you're going to start shifting how you communicate with your inner child. You're going to want to start working with them more. And I just realized there's a horse here as well. Let me see what this card is about. And I hate how crooked this looks. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to slide this up so you can see all the words. I'm going to slightly zoom out. Okay. Hopefully you can see everything better. All right, so let me get the booklet out and see what horseman means. Horseman, aka rider, energy, activity, passion, success, being on your high horse, news and messages, being on your high horse. Oh, okay. But then we also had news and messages. There could have been a massive realization you just had that led you to wanting to click on this reading. That's something that's also coming through. So we're going to continue going, okay, guys? But I'm seeing some sort of tipping point, or there's been a wrench that got placed in the middle of like this journey you were going down. And this wrench led you to switch perspectives really quickly and like aggressively in a way, intensely. You weren't really expecting it, but it feels like you just kind of did like a 360 and you're really shifting how you're viewing things now. But at the same time, I think you're still in this process of understanding it still. Like there's still an unraveling. Like you're still in the middle of the process. You're not at the end yet. And so it's like you haven't found light at the end of the tunnel. You're still in the middle of the tunnel, just trying to walk in the dark and process what's going on, embrace it. But for some reason, I feel like this energy of like struggle is coming through, like you're struggling in some way, shape, or form. Let's see though, because maybe your inner child's going to give us clues for that. So, because this could also be what your inner child is feeling. All right, so first up, we have the solar plexus with the keyword dissipating. Oh wow, I've never even seen this card. And I've used this deck so many times. Dissipating. I'm going to have to look in the book for this because I can understand it, but at the same time, I'm curious to see the story here. Like, what is the story with the image? Okay. Next up, we have dog with the number 18 and the 10 of hearts. We have tower with the number 6, 6 of spades, the number 19. And we have the throat chakra with expansion. Wow, again, dissipating. Dissipation is kind of like it's not shrinking, you're dissipating, like you're fading away in a way. Like, when you spray Febreze spray, like air freshener, like it dissipates in the room. Your energy can dissipate, right? But expansion grows the scent. It grows the aroma. It dissipates, can like make it either like thin out, spread out, but like in a different way. And there's less you there in it. Does that make sense? I really hope that makes sense. Because how I'm seeing this is like your inner child's feeling as if you're not taking up enough space, perhaps, in your life, in your journey, and there needs to be more fire here. There needs to be more alignment, because the light is dim because you're not truly and fully entirely listening to what you really want, like what your soul really wants in some way. But again, we will have to see what dog and tower mean, and I'm still going at it. This is gonna bother me. Let me see what it means. Dog is friend, helper, or assistant. Trust, loyalty, support. Okay, yes. And then tower is organizations and institutions, business or government, official, solitude, loneliness, That's okay. Yes. Okay. And this is feeding into your significator card. Okay. I'm understanding this. All right. Next up for my prism deck, we got peace. You guys got a lot of prism cards. So we have peace, trust, and confidence. Yes, taking up space. And for back of that, my words, and for the emotion card you received, Fago. I don't even know what this is. We're gonna have to read. All right, so Fago. The implicit poetry in Infaluk emotional understandings is nowhere more evident than in the concept of Fago, wrote the anthropologist Catherine Lutz in the late 1980s. While living among the people of Ifaluk, a tiny coral atoll in the Caroline Islands of the Pacific, Lutz became fascinated by an emotion which she instinctively recognized, but for which there was no English equivalent for. Fago is an emotional concept that blurs compassion, sadness, and love together. It is the pity felt for someone in need, which compels us to care for them, but it is also haunted by a strong sense that one day we will lose them. Fago comes in those moments when our love for others and their need for us feels so unexpectedly overwhelming, and life so very fragile and temporary that we well up. Lutz suggested that the fact that the Ifaluk, who are famed for their non-aggression, have a distinct emotion to describe a combination of sorrow and the compassion, which might go some way to relieving it, points to the importance of mutual concern in their culture. It also alerts us to the inevitability of grief in all human life. Okay. That is a very, very complex emotion. Very, very complex. Very, very complex. I need to look more. Okay, so let us see. Ignore that. Fago. Oh my god, that's not what it means. Define. Okay, let's try this. Okay, I need to figure this out. Give me a second, guys. Okay, there we go. Wow. Fago is an emotion from the Ifaluk people, Micronesia, described by Catherine Lutz. And it's a complex emotion that blends compassion, love, sadness, and anticipatory grief towards someone we care about. In plain terms, it's the feeling you get when you deeply love someone. You feel pity or tenderness for their vulnerability and are painfully aware that you may lose them someday. It often arises when someone you love needs care. Love suddenly feels overwhelming. You are reminded of the fragility and impermanence of life. The key elements for it is compassion for another's suffering, sadness tied to love, awareness of inevitable loss, motivation to care and protect. The closest English approximations for it: tender sorrow, loving pity, compassionate grief. So Fago is not just sadness or love, it is love shadowed by the knowledge of loss. Wow. Okay. That adds so much depth and insight into this because, okay, remember when I was saying how there's like this mirroring energy, but they're two sides of the same coin because they're both ruled by the heart chakra? They literally were on two sides of the same deck. Okay, that's why it's really trippy to me. Fago again is giving me this ideology that there is pain, there's struggle. Remember, I was saying that. But at the same time, there's still this idea of growth happening that your inner child knows and like is aware of. But they see this slow fading effect happening with you in your life, pile number one, where you're beginning to go further and further and further away from like joy or like bliss or ease, not ease, but bliss, liveliness in your life. The things that light you up, there's like this energy of a fading going there. And that's why I think this emotion's coming up so strongly, because there's like a desire for you to remember the root of like what brings joy or what lights you up, and to not be afraid to like bring that forward in your journey, not be afraid to take up space in a way where you feel like you're mostly aligned with your truth, and like to remember that you're not on this life journey alone. Like there's origin stories to it all, and your origin stories lie within your inner children. And I say children because I feel like we have multiple inner childs within us all, because they come from emotional memories, experiences that we've experienced in our life and our upbringing that left a mark on us. This inner child that's coming through and how it's feeling right now, there's a light to it. There's a lightheartedness. There's so much love and support from them to you. And they just want to see you happy. Oh my God. Yep. They just want to see you happy, to succeed. Oh my God. That is so creepy. Did you guys just see that? Whoa. Okay. I'm sorry. That really tripped me out. Oh my God. That is so creepy. Oh my God. Okay. Not in a bad way. I'm just like, ooh, yeah. Reader things, you know? Wow, I did not rehearse that, guys. I am very creeped out in a good way. Oh, I love source. They just want to see you like succeed, but like you can do it the way you're doing it now, but there's grief here because they know and they see it in the way that it's being done. And I think this has to do with work and career life. I don't know if it has to do with like a project you're trying to go towards. It's like some sort of like goal, endeavor, something like that, a journey, an expedition of some kind. Feels like you're on like a mission, you know what I mean? They see you move through it and they feel so much pride, but they see pain at the same time because they know that you're growing. But they also fear that if you continue down this pattern or this route, sorry, not pattern, if you continue down this route for long, you're gonna forget who you truly are at the end of the day, or like what really matters at the end of the day. Because I don't know if like you're surrounded by different people, but like there's this energy here of like the environment you might be in when it comes to this endeavor, or like where you go when you're trying to go through the climb of some kind in your life right now. Like plug this into your life as you see fit, pile number one. There's something affecting you or influencing you, but it's very subtle and you don't realize it. It can like just slowly start to like plant something in your brain a little bit, but it takes time, but it's through like a progressive thing. And I feel like this inner child, it's noticing that. It's noticing some sort of spark, this light within you start to slowly like dim very, very slowly. It's slowly fading away instead of growing in expansion, you know, being more you, because of the action taking, of the I guess the grind, the hustle culture mentality, or like some sort of just the desire is so strong that it's starting to become more ego-based than heart-based. And you're losing your footing a little bit. And this inner child, it's worried for you. Let's see. For the final one, we have the number 3 here with Riddle Fisher, divination, seeking out and finding answers. Okay, what's interesting to me is that when I look here at like this water thing in the background of this fairy card, it kind of reminds me of like a gargoyle. And I know gargoyles, they're supposed to look ugly, they're supposed to look scary because they're supposed to keep away evil spirits or just evil energy. But she's on like a journey, like she's moving through water, like she's underneath like the sewage maybe, but she's holding a key. It's wrapped in a string around her wrist. So she's trying to go figure something out. 3 is about taking action. It's about expression. It's about understanding of some kind, like trying to go on a journey of better understanding. And I think your inner child, they're curious. They want to understand the why behind why you're doing things this way right now, because they see and they know that there is a better way to do it where it feels more aligned, but they can't do much if you haven't been listening until now. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like a weird frustration point, because they want to like trust you. They want to know that like you're able to continue and do it this way. But I feel like there's something else. Like there's something here that they want to help you with. Or maybe it's that you have gone through this awakening already and you know that you want to do it differently. And your inner child, the feeling that they're having is like they're agreeing with you, yes, there is a better way, and they're ready to show this to you. Because you slowly started to fade away from who you wanted to embody or be. But it's coming through now. Let me just see what the dissipating card means. And then, because I never got that card before, I want to see what the story is. Okay, so, oops. I am more than I think I am. Canary, a pet bird, has wonderful ideas for an action movie starring his owner, Mrs. Robinson. They frequently discuss the exciting plot with friends and family, but when they're given money to make the screenplay a reality, Canary and Mrs. Robinson choose to go on a cruise instead. For the rest of their lives, they talk about their great story and exist in fantasy, not reality. Beware of being imprisoned by the story you tell. Do you intend to do what you say? A lack of planning does not indicate misfortune. Am I doing what I say? Taking action, content to dream, going in circles, strong intelligence, making excuses, procrastination. Companionship, connection, assistance. Okay, so we keep getting this companionship energy. Are you trying to, I feel like your inner child, it just wants to help you with something. It wants to help you figure out your truth better, understand how to do something better. And they can help you with this because I think whatever it is that you're trying to move through endeavor-wise or achieve for yourself, in order for it to come through, they have to speak with you. They have something to share. There's something here important. I don't know what it is. We're going to get to the bottom of it. But they see the struggle, they see the suffering of some kind, but it gets worse the longer it stays. And they're saying like the light, you have a light. You need to be able to show it though. And there's a fear of something, but you're ready for it. There's a reason why you came here. So let's go. Let's do this. I'm very, very curious to see where this goes. 1010's coming through. So the number 10 is going to be of significance for you guys. I do highly recommend that you write it down. Okay, so this is where we are now going to move in to the second section where we're going to be seeing what your inner child wants you to know, okay? And this is going to help us kind of put everything into perspective. To do that, I'm going to move the cards, okay? Because I still want to keep these here the best I can. It feels like some of you guys are also going through some sort of like life crisis, like a midlife crisis, a quarter life crisis of some kind. And that will not resonate with everybody that came to this pile, okay? But that's what I'm picking up on. Okay, honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to have space to keep all these cards here. I might just have to layer them here. I don't know. Okay, I unfortunately will probably have to move this stuff out of the way. I'm hearing, is this what you really want for yourself? So I don't know why that's coming through. All right, so for this, we are going to, okay, so I already have the cards ready for you, and the tarot deck that I specifically chose to explore this topic for pile number 1 is my Wild Unknown Tarot deck, and we have significator cards coming through as well. Just moving my opal light. Actually, I feel called to just leave it here. Maybe the energy wants to come through, and we do have back of the deck energy. So for the back of the deck energy, we have the 9 of Pentacles, okay? The 9 of Pentacles, to me, I always see this as a card of like material success, but with independence. Like you were able to get somewhere
on your own and like you're really, really proud of yourself. But I'm really curious, because the success energy is here, but then we have the Daughter of Swords, and the Daughter of Swords is what's known as the Page of Swords in this deck. And with the page, the pages are about potential beginnings, exploration, and study. So, or opportunity of some kind. Underneath the Nine of Pentacles, this is someone who's reached the success, the journey, like they've reached the end. But with the page right underneath it and the swords, this is about like gathering more info, gathering more intel, allowing yourself to stay open-minded and curious, because maybe where you thought you were supposed to go wasn't the whole picture, and you're starting to realize that there's more meaning to life than just whatever it was that you succeeded at. Because I am feeling like there's a now what question here, and maybe that's why I was also picking up on that midlife, whatever, quarter life crisis of some kind. Like it is just like this weird breakthrough moment. And that's, I think, also why perhaps these cards were mirroring each other. One was in the front of the deck and one was on the bottom, because at the end of the day, you felt like you were leading and you were being led by a goal and like a drive of some kind. But now that you've reached some weird spot, there's questions coming up, and your inner child can answer them or help you get clarity on this better, because this is the next step in the evolution for you. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm literally not trying to filter anything that comes through out of my mouth right now, because I want source to know that this is a safe space to let whatever is meant to come out for you guys to hear. So let us continue going. I'm gonna unfortunately probably just place this here. Okay. Yeah, I do layer up things, guys. So for the back, the significator cards, first up, we have the Son of Wands, which is the Knight of Wands in this deck. Upright. Next up, we have the Mother of Cups, which is the Queen of Cups. And then lastly, we have the Magician, but it is in reverse. Okay. I think we have 10 cards in total here. So we are going to begin, all right? First up, we have the Two of Cups. I might need to move the cards again, I'm just warning you. Next, we have the Six of Cups. The Two of Wands. The Star card. And the Five of Cups. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this. Fago. I feel like it's a big deal here, because it's like the card's going to be placed right next to it. Okay, let's just do this. I'm gonna do this, sorry guys. Oop, because I want you guys to be able to see everything. The card semi everything. I just realized you guys can barely see these things. So the card clarifying the Two of Cups is the Four of Cups. Clarifying the Six of Cups is the High Priestess. The Two of Wands is clarified by the Eight of Cups. So many cup energy. I don't know if you noticed that. We have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clarifying the Star is the Empress. And then lastly, we have Temperance to clarify the Five of Cups.
Okay. This doesn't have to do with career or endeavor. This could have like a pinch of it, like a portion of it to do with it. This could also be something getting in the middle of that you have been moving through, that your inner child wants to kind of support you in like the process of, like it's a sort of like a detour sort of thing. That's what I'm picking up on. Like this is a detour thing that came in the middle of the endeavor or the journey. And now your inner child has come through because it wants to help support you during this time so that you can pick back up where you left off beforehand. That's another thing that's coming through. And now I'm understanding things. That's why there's some complexity to this reading. So when it comes to what your inner child wants you to know, pal number one, there's this energy here of wariness or caution. They fear for you. They fear that you forgot that life isn't all about blank. I don't know what that means. And this pivot, this detour, whatever this is that happened, that got in the middle, this hurdle, this hinge, this whatever, feel free to share in the comments down below. It sparks something hard in you where it's kind of making you want to be in like a really strong reflective state. And you're kind of just floating where you are right now. You're not really moving forward or moving back. You're just kind of floating where you are. They can see that. And I think that's why they feel so much love for you right now. But at the same time, like there's some sort of like weird despair energy here of like struggle. And there's a huge bittersweet realization going on internally. Let me cut the deck. I feel called to. Yeah. Where I believe that there is some sort of realization about like the things that led you to where you are, like the people. There's something to do with people, I think, where it had to happen the way it had to happen. And there's been really, really strong bittersweet energy because there's certain things that you would have preferred not to really happen. But in order to get to where you want to be and like go to your things, like it was necessary because it helped you become or develop this skill, this ability to fight off certain things that I don't think a lot of people would be able to fight off because let's face it, it's hard stuff. It's stuff that can kind of make us stand still in our tracks when you were the one that was able to keep going anyway. There's a lot of bittersweet pain and gratitude for it, but then pain at this, like, I don't know if you get what it's kind of like when we're reflecting back on like a trauma. And this trauma makes you who you are. It made you who you are. And you wouldn't be where you're at now if it didn't happen. But there's pain there that needs to be honored. And it kind of feels like perhaps it's not that you didn't forget your inner child, but now you're finally remembering them. Now you're finally seeing what was missing. And maybe that's what led you to clicking onto this video. Like you had an awakening, a revelational thing come through where you want to bring more life into your life because this isn't worth suffering over and seeing pain over anymore. You can see the pain, but you can thank it for being there because it did make you who you are today. And you have skills, you have abilities, pile number one, that your inner child wants you to know are what make you you. They're the very things that can help you reach for the stars if you really wanted to. But you need to kind of like give yourself permission right now to hold space for yourself in this in between because you are floating. Remember I said you're not moving forward or you're kind of like just floating where you are. You got to honor that, you know? I know that there's a drive to want to just keep going, and I can kind of see that like wanting to recklessly just like go at it. With the mother here, the queen is known as like the protector, okay? And like the cards. When I think of like the protector of emotions, that's the Queen of Cups. And there's this energy here of like a little bit, this is what I'm picking up on with the Son of Wands, is let's just go at it anyway. And let's fingers cross it, basically, that I don't explode on the way there. Like fingers crossed that I don't start leaking my pain out onto people. I don't start projecting. I don't start just losing my mind or something, losing my marbles, blow a gasket. Like, you know, those metaphors, like you just fingers crossed that that doesn't happen. And that's not the right way to like approach this, because then taking up space could be taking up space in the wrong ways, where you're meant to actually hold space for it so that you can make sure that when you continue forward, you're going to be able to do it from a place of like dignity, and know that, you know, you were able to cross the T's and dot the I's of the things you needed from your past that may have kind of in a way haunted you. But I don't like that word, because it's not that it haunted you. It was more just this thing that happened in your life recently before you found this video, or this reading found you. It created a shape shift of some kind. And it revealed a distortion that may have been happening on your life for a while, because now that the distortion is revealed, I think this distortion had something to do with something that you lost, something that got taken away through this breakthrough moment, this detour moment that kind of stopped you in your tracks, because now that it's gone, there's a realization of some kind of what will be missed or what is lacked now because it's gone. There's some sort of, you understand what I'm trying to say, guys? It's like it's really hard to put into words. It's like, it's that saying, like, you don't realize how important something is until it's gone. But at the same time, there's so much gratitude for it. And I don't know how to explain it, because your inner child, I think, really wants you to know, oh my God, I'm going to get emotional. Oof. Your inner child really wants you to know that all those sacrifices, whatever you went through, I know it felt like, or maybe an old part of you, like there's some regret for some reason on how the decisions you made, like the things that led you to where you are at, like you wish that you may have done things differently, but you were who you were then, and you are who you are now. And if it wasn't for who you were then, you wouldn't be who you are now. Your inner child really wants you to know, pile number one, that everything had to happen this way. But this is where you get to start fresh through gratitude, and let the healing and let the emotions come naturally to you. This is where you get to realize, holy moly, if I didn't do those things the way that I did, I wouldn't have accomplished what I have accomplished. I wouldn't realize how powerful I actually am. I wouldn't have gotten to this level of self-worth that maybe I never thought I'd ever be able to attain. And look at where you are now. The things that you had to let go of for this bigger vision at one point, it hurts to think that it made you feel like you had to let go of something else in the process, but it still brought like beauty to it. And that's why at the end of the day, like, we need to remember that there's no wrong choices we make in life. As long as you're following your heart, and you did at that time, and I think your inner child wants to make that very clear, that's what matters. And I think I understand, like, they were worried for you because they want to make sure that you don't like shut down in some way or internalize this as like a failure as you move forward. I'm going to get some more clarity to see if there's anything else that I am missing, okay, guys? So I want to see if I can get some clarity on this Two of Wands and Eight of Cups. Or actually, let me think. Let me sit here. Let me hold space for a moment. What does it feel or seem to be the thing that pile number one had to sacrifice? Because I feel like there was a sacrifice of some kind, or not even a sacrifice, but you chose you. Okay, so we have the Six of Pentacles in the back of the deck energy and the Queen of Swords. You wanted to protect your energy when it was the most important. There was a time in your life, this thing that you're like being really hard on yourself about of some kind, or like sitting on, it's creating some weird, really hard emotional upheaval right now. Hold on, there's a card that fell. Oh, the Daughter of Pentacles. Yes. You chose to protect yourself from something. And in that protection, there had to be a eruption, or a collapse. There had to be this thing that you walked away from. It was the very thing that created the catalyst for the beginning of this journey that you've been on. And so you were tired,
Okay? I want to make that very clear. You're not responsible, or I'm hearing you weren't responsible for something even though you thought you were. And you knew that deep down and you wanted to protect yourself. So it's like your inner child feels like you were protecting them in the process. And that's why they're so grateful for you, because you put you first at this time. And it was a massive risk, but it took you to where you are and where you're going. Like all these things have brought so many blessings with them, or are bringing them. They're in the like background slowly becoming blessings for you. And again, with the Three of Pentacles, like it's all connected. I think that's why you're being called to just let yourself process right now, because the confidence, the trust, the peace, that has to get created first internally. And you have to remember that you can access those things right now if you want to. But in order to access them, you have to integrate all the other heavier feelings first, because there is some stuff here that are being overlooked or has been overlooked for too long. And I think source, in a way, it's kind of like whatever the thing that happened in your life recently before you clicked on this video was, I feel like it kind of forced you, like it was a necessary forceful moment of like interruption so that you can look at all these things that you've been avoiding for a long time, so you don't have to carry them anymore as you move forward. Like this is all meant to happen to you. And I feel like I'm missing something. Add more, source. Okay. Two of Pentacles and the Emperor. You're slowly, I see this as an eclipse, and I think there's an eclipse coming up as I'm recording this. So again, Three of Pentacles, you are slowly like becoming more you right now. I know this sounds weird, pile number one, but your inner child is trying to tell you like everything had to happen the exact way it happened so that you can reach this point of better self-understanding, understanding of your circumstances, understanding of why things had to happen the way they did. And this is going to help you feel more assured for like your continuation moving forward. There's been moments of like doubt. And I do feel like in a way, like during this journey, there was rage that kind of carried you forward, or some sort of like weird distance thing. I don't know how to explain it. Like you had to drop something massive to like I'm saying like a mental load or like a responsibility. You had to drop something to like go do this. And there's bittersweetness here because you feel like, or your inner child wants you to know that it was worth it. But yes, like loss is loss, and that's a valid feeling to feel as well. Give yourself time to sit with these things. Give yourself time to hold space for this moment, because your inner child is trying to kind of hold your hand right now in the process and show you that this is where the real clarity comes. Like there's something that's going to come through very soon that's going to help you reach some sort of huge epiphany that's going to revive that fire. And it's still there. I don't think it died. Your fire, I don't think it died, but it's dimmed a little. It's going to slowly grow back as you continue to give it what it needs. And right now it needs you to hold space for the things that haven't been said or spoken up about yet. And I don't know what that means, but it feels like there's something that needs to get taken off your chest, and your inner child knows what it is. Your inner child knows that you know what it is, but I think it has something to do with them. Okay, so I want you to really reflect, pile number one. Think about all the things that we looked into so far when it comes to what your inner child was feeling or is feeling and what they want you to know. And really ask yourself, which version of me in my past does this sound most like? Or what is this version of me tied to the most, relate to the most when it comes to this thing I'm trying to process right now in my present moment? Because this is a very specific inner child from a very specific time in your life. But during that time in your life, it was a catalyst for massive growth to take place and for you to start your transformation journey. But there was something that you had to let go of. There needs to be an amending of some kind. There needs to be something to make peace with from that time. And obviously, we're now going to be looking at the third section. I think this is going to help us like answer this a little bit better, because now we're going to be seeing what your inner child needs most from you right now. So perhaps when we look into that, that's going to help us even more. All right. Okay, so I am going to keep these cards here, and I'm just going to stack the third section cards above on top of these, okay, guys? So for this section, we got a couple cards again, and we got some back of the deck energies coming through. So we get a couple cards, but for the back of the deck, I'm going to show this to you, and I'm going to place them on the side over here. So, yeah, I'm going to place them here. First up, for the back of the deck energies with my Cosmic Dancer deck, we have Devote with the number 2 and 1. And I think this is so cute because it's like a bunch of little hearts, and they like light up. And she's following it. There's devotion. It awoken something in you, this thing that happened before you came across this reading. I remember who I want to be. I remember the why. I remember there's something. There's something. You are more than welcome, my love, to share that in the comment section down below, because I'm telling you right now, you will be surprised like how much your story can impact and make a difference in someone else's life from somewhere else in the world. I'm really trying to build a community here of people that are fully supportive of each other on their growth journey, their healing journeys, their personal transformation journeys, because that stuff is so lonely to go through. I want us to find a safe space online, or have a safe space online, to be able to share these experiences. So by all means, like, I always like encourage you guys to do that, because you will be surprised. Like, there could be someone else going through something very, very similar, and it took your story to push them to want to make their first step too. Maybe share theirs. And then we can create a ripple effect of vulnerability to show that vulnerability is our truest, biggest superpower in life, or is our own biggest strength. And it can create change just like that, you know? The next up for the back of the deck, we have the number 8 with Falling Leaf Moon, Scorpio Baskets Adult. We're going to be reading from my Shaman Wisdom deck card, or booklet, sorry, to understand this better. Next up, we have Soulmate with the number 14 here. And 14 is ruled by the Temperance card in Major Arcana, so I find that interesting. Okay. I'm going to place my opalite here. Okay. And then for the final back of the deck energy for my Ancestors deck, we have Be Thankful, Gratitude, Appreciation, and Harmony. Okay. So, oh, okay, we're checking that. Sorry, I was like, what are we doing? Okay, let me get to number 8, Falling Leaf Moon, from October 24th to November 21st. So any of those dates in between those can be of significance to you. If not, ignore it. I am the moon of the falling leaves. It is a time of apparent death and transformation. For without letting go of the old, you cannot take on the new. My wisdom leads you to ultimate understanding of nature and the universe. That which has been a smoky mystery to you will become clear. Learn what I have to teach and pass it on to future generations. Your passionate nature will be amplified at this time, and deep relationships will follow. Be flexible and go with your intuitions. Trust your feelings. I am the present, the past, and the future. Wow. Okay, so it is a time of apparent death. For without letting go of the old, you cannot take on the new. My wisdom leads you to ultimate understanding of nature and the universe. That which has been a smoky mystery to you will become clear. Learn what I have to teach and pass it on to future generations. Your passionate nature will be amplified at this time, and deep relationships will follow. Be flexible and go with your intuitions. Trust your feelings. And yeah, I am the present, the past, the future. Infinity symbol, cycles. This is a cycle. This is part of the cycle. Okay, I think I'm also understanding that. You're in the middle of like reawakening to something, and like you're having a huge realization moment. Or perhaps this reading, what we've spoken about so far, is hitting home somewhere for you where things are starting to click, things are starting to connect. But this is exactly why, like, the remembering part, you have to take your time with, and like your inner child is aware of that. You're literally integrating, you're literally downloading something very important for your passage forward. So let's continue, my love. For a sacred soul message card, when it comes to what your inner child needs most from you right now, we have laugh as much as you breathe, love as long as you live, have fun, enjoy life, and nurture relationships. Next up, we have wish. For a shaman wisdom card, we have wolf with the number 24, again adding to 6, and it says northeast masculine water. We're going to have to take a look at that. We have courage. And then for a final one, we have transformation. And for these final 2 cards, I'm going to have to move these. I thought I could layer them, guys, but I don't want to overwhelm you. We have be authentic. And earth magic, nature, rituals, and charms. Masculine water. This is where you're meant to take a break. And you're moving through the break right now. This is the break of like the grind of some kind. You're remembering what's really important. Let me see what this card means really quick. Okay, so for 24, wolf. I am wolf. I lead the way. I am the knower and teacher of much wisdom. I hold a key to the heart. I am loyalty and love, though many perceive only my aggressive nature. I, the wolf, mate for life. You can count my staying power in this tumultuous world. I am a fierce and loving protector. My senses are keen and my intellect calculating. I possess instincts beyond the ordinary, and I am able to search out that which I pursue. I seek and I find. I am alert to the inner wisdom of all my relations. I am your pathfinder. I lead the way. I have slipped into your affairs to become your tutor, to help you survive. If you will listen with the highly developed senses of wolf, you will be 100 times more sensitive than those around you. Everything around you, the plants, trees, rocks, wind, and weather, are all your teachers. Heed them. Remember to be teachable. My companionship symbolizes the loyalty that is wolf. I am setting the stage for long-term relationships in your life, either in your career or your home. There's this energy here of like destiny. And I don't know how you guys feel about that word. Okay, I have mixed feelings towards it because I believe we create our own destiny. But there's a really trippy feeling here of like, this was really destined to happen. And I kept kind of bringing that up earlier, but I didn't say the word destined. I said it in a different way when we were talking about what your inner child wants you to know, pal number 1. The biggest thing that they need from you right now is to just be honest to yourself about how you're really feeling right now. Be honest when you look at like the bigger picture of where you're at, where you are, what just happened. When you sit with it all, like how do you take it? How do you take it in? How is that process? Because that is the next step and the first step to begin this new journey. Like you've been on a journey. It's not really a new journey, but it's like the next step to the journeys, but it feels new because it's never been explored. It's unexplored territory for you. And let me see what the back of the deck here says. Reason is powerless in the face of love. Reason is powerless in the face of love. Romance, communication, listen to your heart. So there's been an awakening, okay? And I told you that there's been loss of some kind, but there's fire trying to regather itself within you. And it's because you're finally listening, you know? You're finally listening. This is where you need to take your time. The most important thing that I think will benefit you right now when it comes to what your inner child needs, pile number one, is to just move through life. Like, remember when I was talking about routine? There needs to be more ritual in your life right now. What I mean by that, like, make the morning when you wake up more special. Try to find a way to romanticize these things, and not in like that stupid way that social media tries. I mean, seriously, do it. Do it, and don't use your phone, okay? Don't do it for any, I'm sorry, I'm like starting to cuss, but don't do it for any other fucking person except you. Because there is a big thing here of like trying to see the glass half full rather than empty right now. And your inner child needs that more from you than ever, because it has suffered enough in the past from when it was originally created, and it doesn't need more of that. It sees light in you and your current you. Does that make sense? And it doesn't want to see that go away. This is a time where it's like really important for you to hold space for whatever emotions come up, so that they don't weigh you down if you try to run away from them or like get through them quicker, because that can happen. And you have a little bit of like a pattern or tendency to do that. I don't know what that means. Like you think you can carry things, you think you can quote unquote handle it or something like that. But then when you least expect it, it can make you break down along the way, and your inner child doesn't want to see that happen. It wants you to hold space for what is right now. And that means to take your time and don't worry about anything else but this. Make this a priority, because it's extremely important for you to just ground, you know, connect to your roots, connect to what makes you feel human and alive, because that's where you get to reorient to your truth once again, so that you can rise back up stronger than ever. So that's going to take time, obviously, right? But you did actually receive 2 self-compassion cards, which are mindfulness-based practices. So maybe these are going to be some practices that can aid you in this process, okay, my love? But let us take a look at that together. So first up, oh, by the way, I do highly recommend pause the video and screenshot this or write this down. These are practices, okay, if they resonate. But I really do think that they will aid you on this whole thing, okay, my love? Enlighten up. Can you take a moment to recall the last time you laughed? Can you watch a funny video now, or otherwise make yourself smile? Love this. It's so simple, yet so like healing. And then lastly, my love, nowhere to go, nothing to do. Stop and let yourself do absolutely nothing for 3 breaths. With each breath, try saying, let go. Yes. Simplicity is more. Less is more. And I think your inner child is like seeing that. It's trying to show that to you. Go back to your basics, right? Because these are the things that make you feel like here again, if that makes sense. Like you can touch and you're not dissociating, you're not disappearing. And your inner child doesn't want to see that happen to you. You were able to do it a lot growing up for some reason. I'm hearing like either compartmentalized situations to deal with it, but you don't have to do that here. You have silence, you have space, you have flow, you have pause. Use this as a time to process and move through the things, move through the motions of what your body's trying to show you, whether that be through movement and flow as well. Connect, feel your feet on the ground, spread your toes, root into your feet. Breathe, do those things. It can be extremely healing for you right now. I don't think that there is a need to journal. It's more like just connect to the things that make you human, And if anything, I do feel like looking at yourself in the mirror and sharing something, there's something that wants to come through. And I feel like you thought for a long time that there was something that you had to say to like somebody or whatever it is this loss is, whether it's a thing or a person, a place or a thing, but you were always meant to say to you, whatever you feel like you lost, you never lost. It was always in you. And there's something that needs to be said, that your like inner child wants to see you speak to them, speak to you through like the mirror. I don't know what that is. That's something really specific. I'm just sharing, like I said, whatever source wants to come, like me to channel and say, I say, okay? So it's not going to make sense to me, might make sense to you, but I'm holding space for it, okay, my love? And to finish up your reading, my beautiful soul, we're going to be gathering some final messages from Source. So to do that, I am going to get my Crystal Power Tarot deck. I'm going to shuffle, see what wants to come up. And then we are also going to be gathering some sliplets of paper, which are like channel messages from Source, whatever wants to come through, and we'll reveal them together. So let me get those sliplets of paper out so we can look at them. Final messages for pile number 1. Oh, we got one here. Final messages. I feel like I'm diving for them. Like these feel so like straight up. For pile number 1. There's one more. Oops. This one. Okay. So we have what, like a couple? 6. Beautiful. All right. What is the final message meant for pile number 1 to walk away with? Okay, this one is like really wanting to come out, and this one as well. So the top significator cards is the Queen of Pentacles with the Ten of Pentacles. I have everything I need to prosper. I celebrate everything I achieve. The cards underneath it. We have, back of the deck energy, by the way, is the Five of Wands with the garnet crystal. I stand my ground and look for peace. So we have 4 cards. And I feel called to do it like this. Like this is clarifying this is clarifying that. Oh, wow, I just realized. Okay. I don't know what this is going to tell us, but there's a weird, funky way I'm doing this. I've never seen someone lay cards out like this, but we're going to do it. I'm just moving this in case you guys need to see it. We have the Queen of Pentacles with the Knight of Wands. I make decisions without pressure. I'll do it like this. I make decisions without pressure. And then we have Strength. I can deal with whatever comes my way, being clarified by the Ten of Swords. I see truth in this ending. So the final message from Source, your inner child, everything. You did what you did because there was an inner calling. What led you to this point doesn't matter as much as you think it does. And what I mean by that, I'm not trying to invalidate. What I mean by this is like, you're adding so much weight and like emphasis to it. What it caused, the cause and effect of things. But at the end of the day, the thing that really exists right now is your present. You're beating something up really hard. When in reality, the very thing that got you here, like I said, was the experience. You are meant right now, and the biggest thing you need to know as you walk away from this reading, pile number 1, is that this is where your true rising story begins. And you thought that that was way back when this inner child came through and was born. But that was just the beginning. And these are different layers and phases of who you are. But now you're becoming new, renewed, and you're evolving. And you're not going to be, like 2 years from now, what I'm trying to say is you're not going to be able to recognize yourself again and again and again. This is part of the process. This is part of your journey. This is something that you're going to be so proud of when you're like on your deathbed and you're looking back at life and you're like, oh my God, I did this. I made it. I had this. because you chose what your truth wanted to do, what aligned with your soul, what felt like freedom again in this now, in this moment, in this like present. That's what I mean by now. The courage, the strength, the fire, it comes when you find peace in choosing what feels right for you and continuing to choose what feels right for you, because there's some form of, I don't know if it's like guilt, there's a negative energy that's associated when it comes to choosing for yourself. And it's been hitting you hard. You should honor it and process those things. I want to make that very clear, because this is really going to be something that will weigh you down if you don't handle it, okay? But at the end of the day, like, you did exactly what you were meant to. Like, I want to make that very clear. Like, you were a mother for yourself when you had to be. You were a father for yourself when you had to be. And your inner child sees that. But you need to continue the parenting. You need to continue the reparenting of yourself. In this moment, you need to make sure that you find safety in yourself, because there's been a little bit too much judgment or self-criticism of some kind. And in order to be able to take the lead in your life, again, like you did at the beginning, like you did before, like you did all those other times, you have to know what you're fighting for. Page of Swords, I take care of the detail and stay in control. And the Queen of Wands. I am naturally creative. Nine of Wands. I am strong for as long as I need to be strong. Let it down. The fire, the creativity, the learning, the growth, the renewal, all that comes when you let the guards down. And the guards can only come down when you stop fighting yourself. You stop being hard on yourself, because it's like you're going against what your inner world wants for you, which is like support and love, and like to show up, to be your own leader right now, to rely on yourself, to feel safe inside yourself. But if it has nowhere to go, if it has nowhere to have space for crying or feeling or just moving through what wants to be moved, then you're going to stay in this weird stagnant energy for longer than you need to. And so just make sure that you remember this is all taking you somewhere. Hold space for it, because you are exactly where you're meant to be. And you need to remember that you are doing everything correctly. Stop overthinking it. Stop second guessing it. Ritual and making things a little bit more sacred right now is what's going to help. Okay, love? And when it comes to your sliplets of paper, let us see what Source has to say. If you're asking, if you're settling, you probably are. When it's right, you don't have to negotiate with yourself this much. Next up, these are things that I want you guys to plug into your situation, by the way. Oops. This is 7th house shadow work. They're showing you the parts of yourself you avoid. Uranus doesn't ask, it rips. Whatever fell apart needed to. Stop trying to tape it back together. Oops. Something about this energy feels like a loop, repeating not because you're falling, but because your soul wants you to move through it differently this time. We have 2 left. You're doing that thing again, shrinking what you want so it doesn't scare anyone. That's not safety, that's self-erasure. And the final message for you guys. Your path doesn't need to be impressive.
It needs to be real. Yes. Maybe there's pressure. That was probably what was coming up. So, with that being said, my loves, this is all I have for you when it comes to what your inner child wants you to know and hear right now, whenever this reading or video has found you, okay? And I want you to know that my door is always open, as I am currently accepting one-on-one clients right now. If you are feeling open to it or called, you are more than welcome to schedule a free consultation with me, a free soul clarity call where we try to talk one-on-one in a Zoom session. And we get to see if our energies work well together, to see if there's anything that I can provide for you in your own personal healing and self-growth journey. Maybe if you even just want to unpack a little bit of what could have came up in your reading today, more than welcome to schedule for a call, okay? And if that is something that you're not open to, you know, there's absolutely no pressure. These are always just invitations, okay, my love? But I do feel like it could definitely do some of you guys some benefit. Or if anything, just share in the comments and you'll be surprised, because maybe someone else is going through it too, and sometimes we just need to feel seen in that way. That could also be healing. But remember, regardless of anything else I said, like, I really need you to remember ritual, grounding, be in the here and now, okay? Focus on just that and breathe. Do what your body's asking of you in this moment, whether that's intuitive movement medicine or something else, but let it be where all your senses are intact and there, you know? And remember, if there's something you want to say it to yourself in the mirror. I'm telling you that there is a person on the other side of that mirror that really could hear it right now. So with that being said, my love, thank you so much for showing up for yourself today, for being here to the very end, because this is a message for you, not for me. And that means that, you know, you showed up. So give yourself a little bit of a pat on the back or some love, a hug or something, because not a lot of people do it. You know, my readings tend to be pretty straight up and blunt, and it can be hard to hear. You know what I mean? I don't really sugarcoat things. But aside from that, if this reading did resonate, if there was things that you were able to gather from here that really, really helps you, or you know that it's going to benefit you moving forward, if you can give this reading a thumbs up or do little things of support, whether it's subscribing, commenting, sharing it to somebody that you think could use this, or not this pile, but let them pick their pile, you know, this video in general, it would mean the world to me, as I am trying to grow my little baby channel. And, you know, have more people join this community of like-minded people that want to heal, grow, and continue to evolve, you know? And even hold space for that, where we can move at a pace that's capacity honored, where we're honoring our nervous system, we're honoring our body, and we're not trying to go through things so fast all the damn time. I'm so sick of the culture where we're trying to speed up. Let's slow down. Let's pay more attention to what's here, you know? I think that's really, it was a big thing that was coming through in your reading. So, you know, maybe that's something to sit with. And again, really hope this reading resonated. I send you guys so much unconditional love. It's a Himza here, and hopefully I'll see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number twos. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Skunk Spirit card with the subtext, Know Your Worth, with the number 54, 5, and 4 adding to 9, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you. In reference to what your inner child needs you to hear right now, or whatever right now means to you, as this is a timeless reading, okay? So whenever this reading or video has found you, this is when you are meant to hear this, okay? And just make sure you guys have something to take notes with. I have a feeling for you guys, I don't know what's coming through, but what I'm hearing in my head right now is it's going to sound a little bit cryptic. There's going to be moments in this message or what we're going to be exploring today that might not resonate in the moment, okay? So just make sure you do take notes so you can kind of refer back to it in time. I did also want to share with you guys, because I forgot to do it in the introduction portion of my video for this reading. This is the back of the deck collective energy that you all receive regardless of the pile that you went to or felt drawn towards, okay? So this is 5 and 8 adding to 13 with Stag Spirit. Take the lead.
It's actually the cover of the book. So this is immediately giving me this idea here for you guys, because I actually didn't even recognize it as the cover of the book for the first pile. There's a new beginning at stake. There's a brand new beginning where you are meant to go take charge. And I feel called to cut the deck. There's a card right here I'm looking at. I don't know what it is. It is Nightingale Spirit with the number 41, 4 and 1 adding to 5. So there's been some change. Love is all around though. There's been some change of some kind, a shift, something that created a little bit of turbulence. And I don't know why I'm hearing self-doubt, but there's this energy of self-doubt kind of like creeping up on me right now. But at the same time, when I was getting your pile, like the prepper, when I was going, if you guys go back in the video, like to your pile 1 in the timestamps, you're going to see that the timestamp before this one, the pile 1 reading, is the pile 1 preparation. Pile 2 preparation. And I was picking up on this energy of like half seriousness, half, oh my God, my words, half serious, but half like playfulness, but like there's a serious undertone to it. This energy that I keep sensing has like seriousness implied, but there's also like this idea of like, not let loose, but yes, let loose at the same time. Like I'm hearing chill out, but it's like I don't know, because like I don't know if you guys have a pet peeve about this stuff, but I hate it when people tell me to calm down. I don't hate it. I don't hate anybody. Sorry, hate's a very strong word. I strongly dislike when I am told to calm down. Like if I'm in a frustrated mood, the last thing you should tell me is to calm down. Okay, it's not gonna work. Don't doesn't work for me. So, okay, with this. And your significator card, and the back of the deck collective energy with stag, and it's a new beginning, and it's the cover of the book, everything that I wanted to say. 13 2, it's a new beginning. Okay, there's a death, there's a you're in a transitionary time in your, or transitional I made up a bunch of words just now. You're at a transitional time in your life, pile number 2. While you're watching this, there is this energy here of a shedding process going on that is very, 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 very essential for this new beginning around the corner. But because of this shedding, I feel like a weird, you ever like drive through a parking lot and there's like a speed bump, you don't see it, and your car goes boom, and you're like, oh my God, like that just happened. I just kind of felt like that speed bump feeling in my stomach just now when I said that. It feels like there's something that isn't all too welcome just now that you may have come in contact with. Perhaps someone in your past has come back into your life. There's like this energy here that keeps coming through within me, and I was feeling it when I was preparing your pile, like potentially something of the past has come back in, and it's like trying to illuminate something for you. But I don't know, like whoever chose this pile, yes, this is about what your inner child wants you to know and hear. But this illumination thing, this feeling I keep picking up on, whatever this is from the past that's come back, whatever it's trying to illuminate, it's going to be dependent on your specific situation, because I'm hearing like for some of you guys, it's illuminating like clarity, a realization of some kind. Not, so it doesn't mean that whatever's come back from your past in the now needs to stay. It's just illuminating something, giving you clarity so you could close that chapter. But then another thing I'm hearing is that it is illuminating something in the sense of something that needs to be healed that you thought was healed enough, if that makes sense. So it needs to be revisited. There needs to, like, I'm hearing like there was a to be continued, to be TBC, ... and then now it's back. And you're like, great. And it's just here like, guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Okay, so tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Okay, sorry. That song is like my theme song. Love that song. Okay, so that's a lot, because I think you've been going through a process of trying to learn how to like be more independent. I was hearing the word individuate, and I don't even know if that's a word. Individuate from some sort of chaos of the past, individuate yourself, separate yourself. There's something here where you're just trying to stand on your own 2 feet, like strongly and sturdily, and that's been something that's been an ongoing journey for you. But now it feels like something's back. And with Know Your Worth, I guess there's some sort of, your inner child, I feel like, is going to be coming through today, because it's going to be trying to remind you
of something that it's hard to see without the inner child coming through to tell you about it, because you're only seeing the situation from the filter of one perspective that you've had latched on to for years and years and years. And this is a perspective that your inner child, like there's going to be some sort of perspective when it comes to this thing of the past that's revisiting you. And you're now, it's going to be giving you, maybe that's where the illumination comes through actually, perhaps. We're going to see what this is, loves. But boundaries, right? When I look at a skunk, the first thing we always think about, right, when we think of a skunk is, oh my God, please don't spray me. I'm going to back away slowly. If like you ever come into a contact with a skunk, like, and it's right in your face, like, what are you going to do? You know? You freeze. You don't know what to do. You kind of get like, oh my God, like you have a deer in headlights moment. And there's this idea here of boundaries that are coming through, because skunks, they know how to set boundaries with people, okay? If they don't like you, they will show you. If they don't want you near them, they will show you, okay? And you will remember that for days after, because you're gonna stink like one. And they're really, really sweet. You know what I mean? But that's like their one mechanism that they do for defense. And I find it so kind of endearing in a way, because that's like their one defense mechanism that Mother Earth created. But it doesn't involve biting, it doesn't involve scratching, and there's no violence to it. It's just boundary setting in a way. And I feel like perhaps that's why that playfulness mixed with seriousness energy is here, because there's nothing here that needs to be aggressive when it comes to some sort of way of showing up or behavior. I don't know what this is, right? We're going to continue to explore this, obviously. But now I'm hearing the song Calm Down by Selena Gomez. Baby, calm down, calm down. Na 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 na. Okay, so like I said, very different energies, because I want to understand this. Okay. I have been talking. Let us read what the booklet has to say, my loves, for you guys. Okay, so for skunk spirit, know your worth. What do you value? What do you believe in? Is your best, most authentic self on display? Skunk spirit comes as a reminder that you can be proud of who you are and what you have accomplished. Know your worth. Not everyone will agree with you or share your values, but you can walk with your head high, knowing that when you express your integrity, others can feel your authenticity and will be inspired by it. Be who you are, and if your reputation precedes you, good. You have much to be proud of, and skunk spirit wants you to be your best self, the true you. Not everyone will appreciate you. Many people have issues of their own to address, and you may trigger something in them. But if so, no matter. Skunk spirit calls you to be fully yourself without apology. Now is a time for honesty and admitting that something does not sit right for you. You deserve the self-respect that comes when you courageously choose to stand up for yourself and speak your truth in love. Remember who you are and what really matters to you, and act with integrity. You will be so glad you did. Okay. Let's see where this leads us now, because I'm quite curious, not gonna lie. When it comes to the cards that we got set up for the first section, we're going to be exploring, my loves. First up, we're going to be seeing what your inner child that wants to come through right now, because I believe we have multiple different versions of an inner child within us. I call them our inner children, because they come from all different ages. This one, we're going to be checking to see what they're feeling right now. The one that wanted to come through for this reading, okay, loves? So before we look at all the cards, we're going to be looking at the back of the deck cards that wanted to come through. First up, we have the number 21 with Crystal Magic, Creation, Dawn, and the Beginning. And then the number 21 is giving me the World card energy from Tarot. A completion to have a new beginning. The fact that these crystals are purple is giving me like this idea of like third eye energy. Third eye chakra energy, crown chakra energy. Like this new chapter or this new experience, whatever this is for you, it's shaping you to become so much more like clear-headed on like who you are and like what you want
And it's more about like you in this new chapter. But it's until like you do something. There's like this one thing is what I'm hearing. So let's keep going. We're gonna see. But that's the first thing, right? Next up, for another back of the deck energy, we have a snake with the number 7, and I think this is the Queen of Cloves. And then we also have disruption. I'm going to be seeing what the snake means in the booklet, but I wanted to show you the rest of the cards first. We have snake. We have nostalgia. Oh wow, this is known as a mysterious disease, which had broken out among Swiss soldiers fighting abroad. It began with being distracted by thoughts of home before progressing to lethargy and sadness. Strange physical symptoms followed. Some soldiers died of the illness, wasting away from a refusal to eat. Hofer invented a new word to describe the disease, nostalgia. From the Greek, nostos, a homecoming or return, and algos, pain. By the 19th century, nostalgia had become one of the most studied medical conditions in Europe, and the last person to be diagnosed and die from the disease was an American soldier fighting in France in 1918. Psychological studies have recently emphasized the benefits of indulging in nostalgic reflection, suggesting it increases our sense of existential meaning and social connectedness. Wow. Researchers in China have even noticed that nostalgic feelings are more common in colder weather, arguing that reminiscing may serve an evolutionary purpose by raising our body temperature. From deadly disease to health-giving pastime in less than a century, nostalgia ain't what it used to be. And then lastly, we have, for back of the deck, the heart chakra with the keyword grief. Such a sad picture. Okay. I'm trying to see your energy first before we look at the cards. Oh, I didn't get the snake. So for 7, snake is danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, and wisdom. Danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, wisdom. You've been stuck at some sort of ending point in this previous chapter for a while. Pile number 2, haven't you? Like, I have this feeling like you've been kind of circling the drain with the ending of this story to go to your new one. Transitional time. There's a death that's trying to occur, but there's stalling, there's hesitation on your end. And I think it's because there is fear aligned with it. There's self-doubt, like I channeled before. Like there's this energy of like, can I really make it? Am I really capable of doing it? Like there's something here of like, can I really do it? Am I really capable? Am I really that strong? Like there's something here where you keep doubting yourself and you're latched onto something or something's latching onto you and you're having trouble, which way this thing latched itself onto you or you latched onto it, whoever started it, however it began. The reason why it's hard to let go and start anew, to close that old door, there's something here of like, there's history, okay? There's this energy here of like dragging something out because you're scared that you might not get it when you close that door. Like you think that you're never going to be able to find it again. Let me see what's under here. We have recovery. Oh, see, it could even be that you're having trouble with the idea of healing because it's scary to think about what could be after this, but this is where your inner child needs you most. And your inner child, I think, wants to come through to like tell you that you're capable of this. They're not going to tell you to come to the call. They're wanting you to hold their hand. I think this could actually be your inner child being the thing that's holding you back in a way because I feel like this is an inner child that you've never really, like maybe you've tried to connect with them in the past, like when it comes to memory or recollecting your trauma or past of some kind. But this inner child I'm picking up is like very clingy, okay? They cling on to things and they cling on to the storyline, the timeline of where they originated from very hard. right now very strongly. They've always been like that. And so I feel like it's reflecting in you in the sense of like, I don't know if you're too scared to grow up. I don't know if you're too scared to move forward and let go of some sort of relationship. This could be a person. This could be a place. This could be moving out of your parents' house. This could be, you know, there's so many different ways to apply this, you know, and I'm not trying to give you guys, like, I'm not saying you guys are a certain age range, you know, I'm just giving you different ideas of what's coming through. You know, it could be moving out of state to a different state, you know, living by yourself for the first time. Those things are scary. You know, leaving a very long relationship, walking away from that. But one thing I can say for sure, whatever this is, there's heart aggressively involved here. I'm really trying to like sit with the energy of this. We might have to pull some cards out on this grief card, but let us keep going because maybe these cards will kind of give us more answers on this, all right? So first up, for what your inner child is feeling right now as you watch this video, we have satisfaction. We smile for all sorts of reasons, but one smile has a particularly intriguing history. The smile of satisfaction. It can be full of triumph, irritatingly smug or ironic, and wry. But whichever form these satisfied grins take, they enjoyed a moment in 18th century France when Parisians learnt briefly how to smile. The word originally meant the fulfillment of debt or obligation. So satisfaction is from the Latin satis is enough, facere is to do, enough to do. And in the writing of 18th century philosophies, it came to mean the contentment of using one's skills appropriately, foreshadowing today's career speak of job satisfaction. French aristocrats embraced an attitude of satisfaction. Satisfied smiles lit up the walls of Versailles, symbols of progressiveness and the ability to afford expensive dentistry. Okay. But then it's telling us about history. So again, there's history in the situation. Next up, we have the number 10 with scythe. I always have trouble pronouncing this word. I think it's pronounced scythe. And we have the Joker, or the Jack of Diamonds, or something like that. Next up, you guys ended up getting 3 emotions. We have disappointment. So we have satisfaction, right? And then disappointment. So remember it said, the smile of satisfaction, it can be full of triumph, irritatingly smug or ironic, and wry. Satisfied grins. It's a smile revolution. A smile was the ideal emotional attitude with which to greet the world. One must laugh at everything, said Voltaire. This was not a man plagued by desire or doubt, but one curious and quietly confident. They called the feeling satisfaction from enough to do, fulfillment of debt or obligation. But then we have disappointment. Disappointment meaning to be deprived of an appointment, to be dispossessed, has a long history of making trouble. But in the early 20th century, psychologists began to argue that it could be crucial for healthy mental development. Sigmund Freud spoke of narcissistic wounds, the painful assaults on our sense of identity when fantasies are punctured. He coined the phrase the family romance to describe those stories told to us as we grow up that give a dramatic importance to our arrival in the world. According to Freud, it was vital that we ultimately let such fantasies go in order to engage with reality. As the psychoanalyst Melanie Klein put it, to move forward and develop authentic relationships, everyone must come to the aching realization that no really ideal part of the self exists. The psychoanalytic story of disappointment is ultimately optimistic, but when we suffer the painful loss of an idealized self-image, what's left isn't necessarily the truth, but emptiness and confusion. As Wordsworth put it in The Prelude, a sense of treachery and desertion in the place, the holiest that I knew of my own soul. Wow. That was intense. And then lastly, we have boredom. Boredom is the most contrary of emotions. It's a combination of feeling trapped, inert, and disinterested. There is a vague sense of wanting something to change, but we really can't say what. And then for a prism card, we have rest, enlightenment, ruled by the solar plexus chakra, and perfection, ruled by the root chakra. Oh, I need to see what scythe means in the booklet. Okay, so it means sharpness, abruptness, quick decisions, desperate actions, danger, payback, and vengeance. But then snake meant danger, desire, seduction, betrayal, conspiracy, and wisdom. This is danger, desperate actions, quick decisions, and vengeance, payback. Wow. Okay. There is a lot coming through. But when it comes to what your inner child is feeling right now, it comes to like what's coming through in my mind is kind of interesting. It's as if this inner child, it's been with you for quite a while, kind of like watching you move through this kind of chaos a little bit, because it's been going on for a while. Maybe a couple of months is what I'm hearing. And a couple of months can be ranging from like 6 to 4 months, or somewhere underneath 6 months, but like there's this energy of that for a while. That's what I mean by for a while. Whatever this is, it's this inner child has been watching you, pile number 2. They've been watching you go in circles a little bit, though, and in a way, they feel like it's their fault. And I don't know why, because normally with inner children, they want your love, they want your validation, they want your attention, but they are like blaming themselves for where you're at right now. I don't know why that is. There's this idea of like guilt coming through because they're seeing you do something. I don't know what it is, your actions. There's something that you are doing or have been partaking in just consistently that is giving this false sense of happiness for you. What's it called? I forgot what it's called. It's like instant satisfaction. I forgot what it's called. When it's like false, it's not good for you. Like, you know when someone's playing video games, but they should be doing work, and the work that they're doing, let's say they're trying to start a business, two very different things. Playing games, you get that instant dopamine hit, okay? So it feels satisfying like when you win the game. So you can stick on that. And if your brain chases that, that's false something. I forgot what it's called. Versus when you're trying to build your business, you're really passionate about what you do, but you know it's going to take a long time. And if you broke the process down into baby steps and you achieve each of those steps, you can celebrate that for yourself and still get the dopamine rush. But you have to retrain yourself to be good at patience as well, and consistency and time, taking your time to see the results. It's like most people go to the game because they get that instant dopamine rush oh my god, my words, in comparison to building the business, because that takes a long time. Or yeah, okay, that's honestly the example I'm seeing. So it feels like you're choosing something that feels good, but in reality, this thing is a mask. It's something that isn't actually benefiting you. Your inner child sees that and it feels that for you, but they feel like their origin story is like the reason why you're doing something a certain way right now. And that's why they feel kind of like guilty, because they think that they're the root source to some sort of behavior, some sort of action, some sort of way of coping is what I'm hearing. Because remember I said earlier in your reading, pile number 2, that there was this like energy that came through with me in me that of like your past has like come back in, like something from the past has come back in and it's illuminating something of some kind. We don't know what that is. If you want to share it in the comment section, feel free. I love to hear your stories. I love to hear where everyone's situation is and stuff. And you guys would be surprised. I feel like I really am trying to get more people to comment, because you guys need to start showing up for each other on here. You know, I built this YouTube channel. I'm trying to build a community because I want people to have a safe space to come to share their stuff. And if you're going through something, it's really nice to share it somewhere where no one's going to judge you. And, you know, you can have someone that's going through the same thing in a different part of the world, and you guys could be supporting each other just by sharing your story, and they feel validated. And you feel validated because you got to share. You know what I mean? It's like a win-win. So I do highly recommend that you guys share your stories, okay? Continuing forward, though, there's this idea here of like your inner child is a little bit frustrated. Because ever since you started doing something, because this past thing has come back in, you're repeating an action over and over again that it's like it feels trapped, like entrapping, but you're not letting yourself see that or something, because there's an obsession of some kind. I don't know what that is, what this obsession is. I don't know what that is. We're going to see when we get to the next section, when we can piece it all together. But seeing you go through this weird process, there's a lot of feelings. In a way, it's very likely that there is something that I've already shared with you since the reading started that like triggered you in some way. Maybe not even triggered, but it just resonated very deeply. And for some reason, there was something that I said. I don't know what it is, but this is what source is telling me. Like there's something that I said that hit home for you. Your inner child like is happy that it hit home or like resonated or something clicked. I don't know what it is. Because now they feel like they're gonna have a chance to kind of like snap you out of something, wake you up out of something, release some sort of cycle that you've been in that does have to do with a form of control, okay? There is a lot of fear that's ruling over your life right now in the way that you're thinking and the way that you're acting, pile number 2. But it's embedded deeply in like different layers of things. So like fear might not be an emotion that you're picking up on or feeling right now in this exact moment as I'm saying this, because it's a embedded thing. So it's like a fear-based tendency. So maybe like, I don't know, there's codependency here. There's some sort of action, way of being right now that isn't beneficial to your growth, isn't beneficial to your healing, isn't beneficial to your new chapter. Hence why I keep envisioning you kind of like in between chapters or just about to take that step out of this old one. But you need to be reminded of something. That's what your inner child wants to do. They want to remind you of something because they want to see you be able to move forward. They're tired of watching you go in circles. They're really tired of watching you go in circles. Okay, so with this, let us now add more to the story with what your inner child wants you to know specifically, okay? Over here we have 13 cards. I know it's a lot, but this is the amount of cards that wanted to come through, and I just realized we have 13. And I was talking about 13 earlier, so 13, 13. That number in repeat, repeating form may be of significance to you. I highly recommend that you write it down. I'm also hearing like 3 and 1, March 1st, January 3rd, the 13th of some month. Maybe those dates might be of significance to you guys, or the number 13 in general. But okay, so the back of the deck here, we have the Queen of Pentacles. Underneath her is the 9 of Pentacles, and then we have the Devil with the 8 of Pentacles. I want to keep my thoughts to myself until we keep exploring. And then these are the significator cards. So for the significator cards, first up, I'm going to layer things, guys. I'm actually going to try to move this first. Sorry. So we can try to keep as much on the table for you guys to see as possible. Okay. Okay, so let's try this. I might have to move cards around again, but I'm trying my best. For the significator cards, first up, we have the Knight of Wands. The Two of Swords. The Six of Swords. And lastly, we have the Ace of Cups. Putting yourself first. Like you're really torn on it. Okay. I'm just gonna place these words like this. Yeah. Oh, that's perfect. That works. Okay. Let's see if I still have space though, because we're gonna keep going. I want to get the first layer out. These two want to be paired. I don't know why Source wants me to do it like this. I didn't think I was gonna do it like this, but this is how Source wants me to do it. The first set of cards together, they're going to clarify each other. We have the Ace of Pentacles and the Five of Swords. Interesting. Next up, we have the Sun. And that is clarified by the Queen of Swords. Next up, we have the Six of Pentacles, and that is clarified by the High Priestess. Next, we have the Knight of Swords, clarified, by Temperance. So the Knight of Swords clarified by Temperance. Okay. And we're going to stop here and just look. We have 5 cards left. And I think there's a reason for that. But we're going to place these cards to the side for now. And just analyze everything. Because the one thing that I'm really picking up on right now. Oh, I think I just realized something. I don't think these are significator cards. These are 3 rows. So this is clarified by this. This is clarified by that. This is clarified by this. This is clarified by that. Okay. What your inner child wants you to know first off, pile number 2. Give me a moment while I study these cards. All right, so the biggest thing that your inner child really wants you to know right now, pile number 2, there's been something that has got you extremely fired up. And now I think I understand why there was that serious tone, because I don't know if this is anger, I don't know if this is rage, but I was picking up on that while I was looking at these cards. With this Five of Swords here, and it's clarifying the Ace of Pentacles, this new beginning has some weird baggage to it from your past. I don't know what that means. Because of that, it has messed with how you're able to properly show up, because you're good at showing up. Like when you need to be strong, when you need to be the leader, you know how to take care of things. But it reaches a point where, because of all the knowledge, because of all the growth you've done, because of how long it took you to get to where you are, this could be career as well, guys. I want to make sure you understand, because this has to do with pride. So wherever you have a lot of pride in your life, and pride doesn't need to be a bad thing. If you are really proud of something that you've accomplished or achieved, you know what I mean? There's pride, that's what I mean. It's okay to be proud of it, but when it comes to this message, this has to do with the area in your life that you have the most pride in, that you're the most proud of, that you've accomplished the most, and so on. There's this idea that's coming through of there's movement everywhere right now. There's this desire to go take action, to go do the thing. But with the Five of Swords here, it keeps giving me this idea of taking it. this is mine. This is mine, this is mine, this is mine, I want it. Or something has been taken away from you that you're finally getting back now, and you're having like issues like processing that because it getting taken away from you the first time really, really hurt. It messed with you. You moved on from it, but now it's like come back and you have a desire to want to do it, but you also don't want to get like you don't want to fall into some sort of trap again. Or like there's this idea here of like something feels familiar that's being offered to you that you have a familiar nostalgic energy with, like it feels familiar. And because of that, there's this weird indecisive energy because the first time you've gotten or been granted something like this, there was an opportunity for something like this, it didn't work out. People left or things just collapsed because there wasn't enough strength. That's what I'm hearing. There wasn't enough strength. There wasn't enough, I guess, like standing your ground on something. Let me get some more clarity. Can you clarify this Five of Swords for me, please? Can you clarify this Five of Swords for me, please? Okay. So what we have here is the Seven of Pentacles. Some of you guys may have been like laid off from work too. That's another thing that's coming through. Or this could have been a relationship, residual energy of the past, but how you showed up in it, like you took great pride in, but it's like no matter what you did, like something still didn't work out. And you know that there's rage there because of that. But you're also still healing, and there's also this feeling of like self-doubt because I don't know if you don't know if you can handle it or carry something, this new beginning of some kind. Or your inner child's trying to show you like you're mixing two different realities up. Like what has happened. What's now is now. And you don't even know what's in store for the future. But you can only like envision and like hope for something to come forward or something like that. Because you're getting a little bit too ahead of yourself when it comes to how you interpret this new beginning. You're seeing it as something like really, really big and like really, really overwhelming to the point where you think that you like can't handle it for some reason because you have to protect yourself first. Like you are in very, very hard protection mode. But here's where it gets weird because earlier I said there's something from the past that has come back and it's trying to illuminate something in you. And I saw you in a cycle. And it's like, are you on a cycle thinking that that's what is going to protect you right now? Like staying the same? Like, are you just staying in like the stagnant energy because what happens if you move forward? You don't know. What happens if you go backwards? You know what will happen, but you don't want to go there. There's this weird like protection energy from moving forward, even though you know that there's something that needs to get balanced out in this situation. And it's through moving forward and like saying the thing that you need to say, you're going to be able to start the healing process. You're holding yourself back in some way, and your inner child is like aggressively calling you out on it. I want to see what these 5 cards are because I want to know what you're holding yourself back from. We have the 7 of Cups. The 10 of Wands. The 3 of Cups. The 9 of Cups. And the 10 of Swords. Are you letting yourself kind of like settle right now in something? Because your inner child feels like they did this to you. Like their origin story. There's something there about their trauma or what made them linger in the back of your mind till this day, where they had a really, really vivid like imagination. And they use that imagination to kind of like disappear a little bit sometimes from reality, to not look at things that are really in front of them, that are actually there, that they're carrying. to make things feel like brighter, a little bit better when things weren't that, when things were actually really heavy. Does that make sense? And it's reflecting in how you're showing up right now, or it's present in how you're showing up right now in your present moment, pile number 2. Your inner child wants you to see that, because I'm hearing you're doing it again. You're doing that thing again that you do when you get scared, when things feel unknown, when things feel scary. And it's giving you this feeling of satisfaction, but it ends just as quickly as it comes every single time. I don't know if this could be a friends with benefits situation, or if you're like settling for less in a relationship right now. This could be about like letting a friend treat you like crap just because you're lonely and you're afraid of putting your foot down. So you just kind of take it and you think that that's a normal thing that a friend does. Like, I don't know what this is, okay? But it feels as if Source has been like testing you for a while now with this, and you haven't really taken a moment just yet to entirely put you first. You've been on a journey though. Like, remember I said earlier, you've been trying to practice like individuation or like separation from the past or something like that. But something just triggered this tendency to kind of do like this illusion thing on your mind all over again. And it's making you have trouble actually seeing what's really been in front of you this entire time. Your inner child really needs you to know and wants you to know that you know that moving forward is the right thing to do for yourself, for everyone involved, or everything involved in the situation, because I don't know if it's a thing or a person or a place, but the way to do it, there's something about the way you do it that's important. Because there were times where you would try to like fight this tendency that it's a self-sabotaging tendency, pile number 2. You should know what it is. It's something about like putting like yourself in some sort of fantasy. You put rose-tinted glasses on, like you have trouble seeing some sort of situation that's actually there. And you see it as fun. It's like fun until like it's not. And then you actually realize like what's been going on. And it really, really sucks when you wake up from the reality. Does that make sense of the situation? There's something here about in that regard. Your inner child, they did this as a defense mechanism, as a survival mechanism to protect themselves when things were chaotic and heavy and burdensome in your past, in your upbringing, in their origin story. They were able to put lightheartedness into things. They were able to just like screw around and not really like, that they would just play toys when they would hear chaos in the background, traumatic things that would make anyone's nervous system spike. They knew how to just cope with it, but coping with it meant detaching from it, disconnecting from it. And that meant that when you were looking through like the lens that got created through this mechanism, this tendency, the lens that now you look at life through has a lot to do with like, if it triggers me, I'm going to mask it. Okay, I'm going to filter something. I'm going to put this lens on my camera. Let's say the camera that you look at life through, metaphorically speaking. There's different lenses that you put on a camera. This lens that has to do with like this mechanism, you put it on whenever life is showing you something ugly or that feels like quote unquote too much to handle at once. And this lens helps you minimize the situation. This lens helps you not really see it for all that it is, so that in the moment, it kind of gives you what you need to feel like steady in a way, but it's a fake steady. It's fake regulation because it's not the truth. You're not actually handling it. But to you, you see it as you handling it. But you stay stuck in the facade when you handle it this way, because it's not actually helping you say your truth, speak your truth, honor your truth, show up in your truth. You have been constantly like stomped on a lot in this situation. Let me see if I can get more clarity, because I am curious to understand what this Knight of Swords is about. So can you clarify the Knight of Swords for me? Because I know what I think it's about, but I want to see what your inner child has to give me clarity on. Okay, so yes. Okay, it is about talking and like sharing something. and taking the mask off and actually saying what's on your mind and how you actually feel, taking the risk so that you can feel in control again of your situation, of your life, of your physical life is what I'm hearing. So this could have to do with your physical life. This could have to do with your home situation. This could have to do with your job situation. This could have to do with like your reputation, like how you're seen as an individual, like that can change. And maybe that's why there's been so much stress and pressure on that, because there is self-doubt that's been in the mix here since the beginning of this reading. This energy of like, the way that I say it is important. The way that I do this is important. But the more you keep holding it back, that's just an excuse. And you keep going in the cycle. It's like a relapse cycle that just keeps on going and going and going. And there's never going to be a perfect moment to do it, but you want there to be. But that's the illusion. Pile number 2, that is the illusion. And your inner child is upset about that because they know that you deserve better. But in reality, this pain that drives you, remember I said it's driven by like fear, but you might not understand where the fear is coming from because it's very, very deeply embedded in this stuff. So there's layers. It's underneath a bunch of layers of it. This fear, I don't know what this is. This could be like also like a project that you want to do. There's like a fire that's trying to come within you, but it only comes when you begin. And I don't know if you're scared that like you're not going to have what it takes to like control something in the right way. That's another thing that's coming through, like your a skill, a tactic that you do. Like I'm hearing like some of you are also scared of like taking charge on like taking charge of your life, and maybe taking taking charge of your life involves like being creative, and like you're afraid that your creativity is gonna like shut down if you try to take these steps, and you know things aren't always gonna be perfect all the time. Well, that's the thing. Pile number 2, things are never gonna be perfect all the time, but you gotta just do it. And then you learn, and then you gather experience, and then you learn about how to work in the right way that benefits you, that works with your style, that works with your nervous system. You still have so much yet to uncover and understand and fall in love with about yourself. But you've never given yourself the chance yet because you keep pouring all this energy and focus on avoiding what you know you got to do. That's, I think, why it's kind of confusing. So thank you so much for your patience, my loves, for like the time I've been taking to really like dive into your reading, because I'm really trying to like extract everything that I'm seeing here. But something tells me that you know a lot of what I said is like true. And I need clarity on that sun card. Can you clarify the sun? Okay, the King of Pentacles in reverse with the Seven of Swords upright, Nine of Pentacles. Yeah, there's fake protection. You think that by stalling, you're protecting yourself, but you're not. You're doing the opposite. You're avoiding something that you know is like kind of inevitable. Like it's going to come to you eventually. Like it's going to happen eventually, because you're not the type of person that can just stay in this loop forever. This inner child knows that too, and I think they're also afraid on how this is going to end because they know that you can explode. You have an explosive tendency to you. This is like your final step though, and they know this. You just got to do it though. It's going to be hard. I'm like picturing with this Ace of Cups energy, like there's Three of Swords energy here. Let me clarify the Ace of Cups here. Can you clarify the Ace of Cups for me? Okay, Knight of Cups. Back of the deck is the World. Nine of Pentacles, the Artist. Is this about you like leaving your job and like following your dreams? Like I said, there's something here about like you standing separate from the rest of the pack. And I think that there's a lot of self-doubt around moving forward, but you know that that's what you have to do to make it happen. And the other thing that your inner child really wants you to know is that like you can't fully, I feel like you're trying to trick the system of like manifestation. Your inner child is calling you out and is like saying, you know that you need to do this to like meet it halfway. There's this energy of just taking the step, saying what you gotta say, and moving forward. Move forward regardless of who judges you. Move forward regardless of the eyes that watch you. Move, because if there's eyes watching you after you say what you said, then you just know that you just flipped the script, that you took your power back. You know, there's this idea here of like, you've been giving it away so long without realizing it by doing this coping mechanism thing and the situation you've been in. You didn't even realize it. Like, you have been trying to stay as productive as possible, maybe even trying to interfere yourself with other people's problems. Or there's something here where you were staying busy by like keeping these rose tinted glasses on in some way, distracted, avoidance, aversion of some kind, illusions of some kind, like you're deceiving yourself to not take the step, but you know you got to do it. Your inner child's calling you out, and they feel bad. They feel like really bad for some reason. Like they feel like they caused this. I don't know what that is, what that link is. Can you guys please let me know in the comments down below, because I would love to get some clarity on this. But yeah, that's really what I'm seeing. You're meant to follow your dreams. You're meant to listen to your heart. Your mind is the only thing that's been like holding you back and screwing with you really, really hard, because it keeps trying to come up with different reasons to not do it. But you know what you got to do. And like I said, your inner child feels like they caused this. I think what needs to happen to reverse this process is to look at this inner child. Is to think about a time in your life where you had to shut down and tune things out a lot to survive, to just get by, to not obsess over pain and suffering in a certain time in your life, because there was a lot of chaos at that time, and you learned how to kind of tune it out so things can feel a little bit brighter, so that your spirit wouldn't sink. This is a time in your life that you should know about. I'm definitely going to link in the description box below that insight timer meditation that I use for inner child healing. Highly recommend. I used it at the deepest and darkest parts of my healing journey, and I always recommend it to you guys. That meditation for your pile in particular, I think is going to benefit you guys a lot, because I really feel like this is a deeply embedded thing. I don't even think you realize how deeply embedded it is. So the biggest thing that is coming through right now, though, has a lot to do with like shame and self-doubt. So try to like reflect on those emotions in the meditation if you guys end up doing that in the reading, when the reading's complete. It's a free meditation, okay? Nothing to pay for. It's Insight Timer. The Insight Timer app is free. But I really think it's going to help you guys. For some reason, those emotions keep coming through very, very strongly. You're like ashamed to say no of some kind, put your foot down, talk back. I don't know what this is. So with that being said, my loves, we are now going to see what your inner child needs most from you right now, considering what they wanted you to know. There was a lot of cards we took out, but we have a lot of cards still to add on to this. We have 2 ancestor spirit cards, and we have many, many others. And before we get into them, I wanted to show you guys the back of the deck energies we received here. So we have healing. For my shaman wisdom cards, you have the number 2 with grass moon, and it says Taurus, pots, and child. We're going to be looking at the booklet to understand the meaning here. Next up, we have the number 22 with commit. And for the final back of the deck energy that wanted to come through, we have earth magic with nature, rituals, and charms. So we have 222. That is significance to you. All right, so I highly do recommend that you guys write that down. It feels like, write it down, look up the meaning of it in your own time. There's an additional message there that your angels and your inner child wants you to know. But what I really want to say with this earth magic card and all these other cards, so Taurus is an earth sign. We have healing. Healing has a lot to do with the root chakra. Earth magic is, the earth is the element associated with the root chakra. And committing, to have a commitment, to have endurance, to have perseverance, you need to have a good root chakra, but your root chakra is also the chakra that has to do with fear. Okay, so fear shuts that chakra down, and hence it shuts down the rest of your system. There's a need to kind of re-ground yourself to reality. Pile number 2, that's the biggest thing that needs to come through right now. I do want to see what this card means so we can kind of add more depth and energy here, information. So we'll take a look at that together. So for the number 2. All right, so it says, I am grass moon. I am the soft light of spring falling on the tall prairie grass. I am resources powerfully at hand. I am value. The great buffalo is illuminated in my subtle light as it falls on the tall prairie grass, gently wafting in the night breeze. The grass gracefully bends to the wind and the step of those who tread upon it, but provides food, shelter, and beauty, sustenance for life. Rely on the resources at hand and your strengths to gather in abundant supply. Your way is being lightened for increased possessions and financial prosperity. Don't look too far away or too high. You may miss what is underfoot, already present. Get down to earth. You may want to roll in the grass on a moonlit night. Again, there's this idea of grounding yourself again to reality. It's here, it's here, it's here. Committing to that. What's underneath here? We have communicate with spirit with the number 2 and 8, adding to 10. 22 is 4. So there's something here about setting foundations in rooting down, getting connected to your root source. With the hands, they're placed here. I know that's a mudra, but technically the way I'm sensing everything, it's all about the roots. And feeling it out, getting into your body. This is what's going to help you disconnect from this coping thing that you've been doing so that you can get really real with yourself, pile number 2. Because your inner child, what they need most from you right now is to wake up from this illusion. Wake up from the illusion, wake up from it, because you're doing the same thing that you used to do when you were suffering in your past, okay? And you shouldn't be doing that anymore. That's not fair to you. You know, you're not in the past anymore, but you're living like you're still in it with this. And I think it's because it triggered that mechanism in you. Your inner child feels so guilty because they do it. Okay, they used to do it all the time at that time in your life. And they feel bad. And I'm hearing, I'm sorry that this is something that you still deal with. Like, they feel bad watching you suffer. But this was something that was needed in the past. And I think it's about reconnecting to this inner child. I really think that meditation is going to help you. I can't stop saying it, guys. I'm not trying to be a pain in the booty. I'm not advertising, sponsoring anything. I just know that meditation has drastically helped me in my healing. And you're going to get to speak to that inner child. Okay, so I really, really highly recommend that you guys check out that video or the link, okay? I'm going to have it in my description box below. Anti-timer is free. That meditation is free. I'm not trying to sell anything. It's just something I've had stowed away for years and years and years because it's helped me so much. So let us take a look and continue to add more into this because yes, we got the rooting, we got grounding, maybe walking, connecting to earth again. You need to feel like you are in touch and reconnect to your sense of home within your body. You know, so tapping, things like that with softly closed fists might be really helpful. Tapping throughout the body, starting from the feet, working your way up to your head. So for the first card, we have the number 16 with owl, north, feminine, and air. Again, we're going to have to check out the meaning of it in the booklet. Next up for a Sacred Soul Message card, to praise the sun is to praise your own eyes. Seeing clearly, gratitude, happy with your life. Seeing clearly, ooh. Sorry guys, a little cough. Next up, we have acceptance with dragonfly, the symbol of transformation. For the Heal Yourself card, we have procrastination. Again, it's calling you out on that stagnancy energy, the hesitating. There's a clock in the background. And then for the other Sacred Soul Message card, you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. stand out, perspective, bringing things together. Step out of the force field, this sort of thing. I don't know if there's like manipulation being put into this too, if you're becoming victim to that. Next up, we have retreat and recharge with the number 4. We have whole self health, natural therapies, balance, and Ayurveda. And then lastly, we have move your body with dance, breathe, and flow. Again, so much like in the material, in the world, the earthly realm sort of energy. Wow. Let us see what this booklet has to say for the number 16. I know the 16 is the Tower card in the Major Arcana of Tarot. So there's a collapse to follow your true north. That's the intuitive thing that's coming through. So let's see. Number 16. All right, so it says, I am owl. I am clarity of intuition and wisdom. My keen hearing and crystalline vision gives me insight where others miss the picture. I am feared for my ability to see in the dark. I discern truth from fiction with my watchful, silent observation of my domain. Wisely sitting on the fence post on my brother's shoulder, or in the top of my favorite pine, I see and hear all. I stealthily and silently zero in on my desires and dreams. Nothing is hidden from me. I am clarity of vision and wisdom. As I silently float onto your shoulder, I am telling you to keep a watchful eye open at all times. There are those who wish you didn't see beneath the surface of their realities. Protect yourself or others will take advantage of you. You are naturally discerning and intuitive. Continue to listen and observe so you won't miss the subtle messages contained in my message. Remember, even in the darkness, you see what others cannot. Once the view is unobstructed, aim for the heart, the center. Silently go after your desires and dreams. Along your way, you will encounter people who are apprehensive around you because of your psychic abilities and intuition. Stick to your truth. And again, we have the number 22 coming through. So this is confirmation that the numbers 222 is for you guys. There is a lot of strength here, and it's telling you to go follow the heart. It's telling you to go follow your truth and listen to your gut. It's telling you, it's warning you about the things and the people and the situation that feels icky that you're in. And not only that, but this is what your inner child needs most from you right now, pile number 2. It's showing to us again and again, this is the time to be able to see clearly, to bring this different perspective into the mix where your perspective is what matters. Like, I don't think that you're plugging in your truth enough into the situation, and instead you're kind of keeping yourself on an outsider perspective, but you're in it. So it's like, how can you be in an outsider perspective if you're in it? I don't know if that makes sense. But that's the coping mechanism situation. The biggest thing that's going to help you wake up from this reality is to detach from it for a little bit. So I don't know if this has to do with people or job. You need to take some days off or take a little bit of a break. Use the weekend to be by yourself, maybe. I don't know what this is, like I said, the situation. But there's something here about needing to like step away. And again, this is giving me the idea of the meditation. I don't know why, but when we saw the rest card, where is it? It's somewhere here. The rest card. When we first saw what your inner child's feeling, and now we're having rest and retreat and recharge. There's this idea here of like needing to communicate with them. They're going to have something to tell you that I'm not going to be able to tell you. They need to tell you in that meditation, in that sort of trance state that we get when we're in meditative state, because it has to do with your security. It has to do with your, I don't know why this is coming through, but finances. It has to do with your like plan of attack. I don't know what that means. There's a game plan here that your inner child wants to talk to you about, but in order to do it, you got to get moving with it. the thing that's going to help you settle enough to be ready to connect to them is connecting to your body, you know, connecting to listening to that intuition, developing that, rooting back into your finding a home inside yourself type of energy. I'm gonna also link below for my pile number twos my playlist for the root chakra, because that playlist that I have on my YouTube channel, I think whether you believe in the chakra system or not, it's such a helpful guide map to like sort of work with your inner world to get rooted down, to ground and connect to finding a home inside yourself and uprooting the things that you need to uproot. Okay, so I'm gonna try to link that down below. And because I really feel like movement, intuitive movement medicine, all that stuff can really, really help you sort of get grounded enough to listen to what your inner child has to say. It seems like that's the biggest thing that they need from you right now. And not only that, but to accept that what you've been doing isn't the way. It's not the way, and it needs to collapse so that you can start moving forward with your truth. And understand that not everyone's meant to come with you. You might have like a really big heart, and this can also be why it's so difficult for you to move forward, because you don't like to hurt people's feelings, but like you're hurting your own feelings by doing this, and this is how you heal. Okay? So that is really, really big. With that being said, I am going to be sharing with you guys before we see your final message from Source. You guys ended up receiving two mindfulness-based practices from my self-compassion deck. So maybe these are practices that your inner child brought forward for you so that you can plug them in to your life moving forward after the reading is complete, and you can come back to these whenever you need to. I am going to be bringing them up to the camera to share them with you guys, but I do recommend that you like pause the video, do what you got to do to like screenshot it or write down what the practice is, okay, before I move the card back to the table. So for the first practice you guys received, flip the ratio. For the rest of your day, notice the number of self-criticisms and the number of compassionate encouragements you give yourself. Set an intention to shift that ratio toward compassion. Yes. Very resonant. And next up, the company you keep. They say you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Whose positive energy can you spend more time around today? Beautiful. And now for your final messages to end up your reading. We're going to be getting channel messages from Source and any final messages that maybe your inner child still has for you for pile number 2. All right. And we're going to be shuffling my Crystal Power Tarot deck. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My Crystal Power Tarot deck, we're going to shuffle and see what your final message is. So what is the final message for pile number 2? What is the final message for pile number 2? Okay, back of the deck here is the Tower card, again with the number 16. I surrender and know how to go forward. Beautiful. Look at this energy, the power of these 2 people falling and then the fire coming in. Wow, that is so intense. So I think these 2 are significator energies. So we have the moon. My intuition guides me to the right decision. And the 3 of Cups. I embrace joyful opportunities. First up, we have, are these all upside down? Yes, they are, sorry. First up, we have the Four of Pentacles. I trust I am always safe and protected. We have the Ace of Swords in reverse. Ace of Swords, I am ready for a breakthrough to success. Oh. I'm so confused. We have the High Priestess. My intuition guides me to the truth, but it was in reverse. Oh. And then we have the Death card also in reverse. I let go and embrace new beginnings. And then we have the Five of Swords upright. I will heal myself. It's time to wake up. Pile number 2. I know that you are trying to protect yourself by doing this, but this is an old way of protecting yourself that isn't doing anything or doing you any good aside from keeping you exactly where you are, and exactly where you are is suffering. There's this energy here of like, it's time to move forward, and you know that you've been doing this for such a long time. You've been building the building blocks to get to be able to develop courage to move forward. But the way to do it doesn't involve you exploding, okay? You need to make sure that when you do this step, I don't know, I have a feeling maybe either in the meditation or something that you're gonna do after this reading is done, whenever you end up doing it, make sure that you prioritize grace. I don't know what that means, but like there's something here about doing things a little bit elegantly when you walk away, or like put your foot down or state your cause. There's a serious undertone, but then there's also like a playful energy here where you're not taking things too aggressively serious. So like whatever needs to be said, or however you have to move out of this when the time does come and you're ready and you feel, prepared to enough, like you've done all the things that we explored, make sure that you don't announce it just to announce it, because then that's coming from a place of pride, and that's going to continue this cycle of like feeding this wound. Okay. There's something about just being proud of yourself for walking away on your own, like be proud for you. Like you don't need to announce it to the world. You don't need to share it out loud, because when you do it, you continue to feed the ego, and the ego is literally just trying to protect you right now, when the ego's other purpose is to help you have the human experience. But you can't have the human experience if you're letting your ego be too focused on trying to like save you from it at the same time. And that's what needs to be let go of. It's time to wake up and remember that with this moon and the Three of Cups, there's illusions. You got to ask yourself, why are you so scared to let go? What is it that you're so afraid of? It's okay to not know everything. We're not supposed to. And for the sliplets of paper you guys received, my loves, to end up or wrap up this reading. Oh, this is a long one. If you catch yourself obsessing over someone who hurt you, or stuck in anger, road rage, or disrespect, pause, breathe. Say silently or out loud, from my heart to your heart, I wish you well. Then let go. That's it. And say it until the feeling goes. I'm hearing talking to a friend that you can like trust, or a therapist, somebody that you can like talk to. If you guys even feel called, you can always schedule a free one-on-one soul clarity call with me. No pressure. There's no need to sign up or do work with me. It's a place where we can like feel each other's energy and like see if we would be a good fit to like do something together down the road. I am accepting one-on-one clients right now. If that is something you're interested in, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing, and I work with people regardless of the level they're at on their healing journey to embody more self-trust, more self-leadership, so that they don't need to depend on anybody for their healing and self-growth journey. Okay? So we work to get there together.
If that's something you're interested in or not, you can always schedule a free soul clarity call with me. Because, if you ever just need to like talk to somebody about this, that's what the free soul clarity calls are for, my love. Everyone gets at least one free soul clarity call, okay? So if that's something you're interested in, feel free to, because I do feel like talking to somebody about this can just help like getting insight that isn't yours, like a different perspective from somebody that like has your own best interests at heart. Like you can feel energetically, like intuitively, like this person, they're not going to harm me. They're not going to be choosing something for their own self-interest, self-gain. That's why I said like a therapist, a trusted friend. I even said the free soul clarity call, it's an option. That can be helpful to help you like continue forward. That's another thing that did come through. So, okay. Next up we have, if this feels unexplainable, it's Neptune territory. Don't try to name it. Just notice what part of you wants to escape. This isn't resistance. It's your nervous system asking you not to abandon yourself again. That's why you need a ground. That's why your inner child needs that from you right now. It needs to know that you're ready to do this. And that's why you keep getting stuck in the relapse, because you're trying to force yourself to just do it blindly, but then it takes you back to this cycle. Now I understand. That makes so much sense. You got to do it the right way, the slow way, the way that's capacity based, and it's you honoring your body. When you start spiraling, place your hand over your chest and say, I am here. You're safe. Let's slow down. And then lastly, my loves, we have something about this energy feels like a loop. Repeating not because you're failing, but because your soul wants you to move through it differently this time. That is for sure. All right, my loves. So this is all I have for you for this reading today. If you are interested in scheduling for a soul immersion reading, so a reading like this but completely personalized to you, it's like a 60 plus minute pre-recorded reading. You can always sign up for those in the description box down below as well. I'm always taking more readings right now, at least at this time. And with that being said, I really do hope that you were able to get the clarity that you needed, or maybe even some additional information that maybe you weren't expecting to get from this reading. Honestly, it just means the world to me that I get to show up on a platform like this to be able to provide insight, to be able to give you guys the channel messages that come through within me. Like, I just have so much gratitude that, I was chosen to deliver this for you, that, we were able to come across, and it was my video that you ended up coming to and you felt drawn to click on it. So like, it just feels so crazy to think how the world, the universe, divine, everything works. It's such a blessing to know that, your inner child was able to come through and share all these things today. And I know that there may have been some things that may have been hard to hear. And I want you to know, like, I'm so proud of you for showing up. Okay? You are enough. Anything that I said that felt like it triggered a feeling of not enough, that is a lie. And that's not your truth. That's the voice of trauma. That's a voice that isn't yours. Okay, don't listen to it, my love. Grounding is going to be the thing that's going to help you. It's when you can find the anchor. Bring an anchor inside yourself so that you can find centeredness, you can find inner peace, you can find a home inside yourself. That's what's going to help this journey right now so that you can begin to move forward. I don't think that you trust yourself right now, but there needs to be a process beginning, a cultivation of that. And that can only happen if you root down. So like I said, I am going to be putting a link in the description box down below for my root chakra playlist, or the first video of my root chakra playlist, because I really do think that's going to help you guys with that process of finding a home inside yourself. That's literally what the root chakra is all about, from the way that I work with the chakra system and my work that I do with clients. So Yes, and if this reading did resonate, doing any little form of engagement, whether it's a thumbs up, a comment, a share, a thumbs down if you didn't like it, all those little things do help benefit me, do help push my video out to people who could use more medicine, more healing. And it really does help support the work and what I believe, like what I want to create with this channel, with this platform, with my business, with my community, which is I do and am a firm believer in the idea that healed people are who help heal this world, okay? And the only way that we can get more healed people is if we continue to come together to do the work, okay? And that's what my channel is all about. These pick a card readings are all and always have been about helping you become the most healed version of yourself you can possibly embody. And this is the channel and the pick a card page to come to when you need the blunt, straightforward truth and to make sure that you are aligned on the path that you want to go down, and to make sure that you are doing the steps that your inner world, your higher self is asking for, and everything else in between that healing unlocks for us. So, if that's something that you're interested in, feel free to hit the subscribe button if you haven't yet. And I really, really hope, like I said, that this reading benefited you. I send you guys so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you on my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number threes. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the beautiful fox spirit with the number 27, 2 and 7 adding to 9, with the words think on your feet, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to what your inner child needs you to hear and know right now. So this is a timeless reading. It doesn't matter when this reading finds you. Okay, loves, what matters is that it did. And the timing that it did, if you're here listening, regardless of when you are, there's a reason for that, okay? So a little bit of a surprise, 2 surprises. So the first surprise that I wanted to share is I did completely forget to share this in the introduction portion of my video for this reading topic today, which is the collective's back of the deck energy. So regardless of the pile that you ended up going towards, this was the back of the deck energy that's kind of showing up for all of you guys, for all 3 piles. I wanted to share it with you really quick before we kind of dive in. And we had the stag spirit with the number 58, 5 and 8 adding to 13 with the words take the lead. So there's an initiation, there's a new beginning. And the reason why I say that is because the stag spirit is the booklet, the cover on the booklet too. So there's like this idea of like new beginnings, initiatory energy, but there's also a death, there's also a shedding going on at the same time. It feels like for you guys necessarily and specifically, like there's this energy of like being in between stages in your life right now. Now, I don't know what that means exactly, but there's like preparatory energy here. And the reason why I say this is because the second surprise, this is where it leads us to the second surprise. You guys did not just receive 1 significator card, but you ended up receiving 2. With brown bear spirit saying take time out with the number 9. So this is 9. It's a singular number 9, but 2 and 7 equal 9. Add to 9. So 9 energy is very present here. 9 is about shedding skins. The 9 in numerology is about kind of like in order to reach kind of like a completion energy, there is this idea of like taking leadership or taking the stuff in your hands, taking action, taking the responsibility in your hands, whatever it is, to go and complete that task, finish it through, clear out any last minute skeletons in the closet or just like residual energy so you can move forward and begin anew. Like there's this energy here. But at the same time, when we look at these 2 energies together, they're very, very different energies. Fox spirit, fox energy in general is very quick. It's witty. It's fast, okay? When I think of fox energy, I think of like sneaky energy. And this is going to sound really silly. I don't know if you guys even know what, hopefully you guys do. I don't think I'm that old, but Dora the Explorer.
I'm thinking of swipe or no swiping, okay? And that's how they are. That's where my brain goes to when I think about fox energy, and how they're super sneaky, they're smart, they're curious creatures, and they know how to like sneak around. They know how to camouflage. They know how to be alert when they need to, you know what I mean? And they're fast, which is hence why I guess the subtext here is think on your feet. But then there's a difference. There's a big switch up in your energy with brown bear spirit coming out beside it, but they both equal to 9. It's sort of as if there is something going on. There is something occurring in your world that your inner child's going to want you to know and hear right now, right? But it's going to feel like they're two different things, but they're two sides to the same exact experience. Hopefully that makes sense. Like these two energies are going to play into each other. And when I was doing your pile preparation portion, sorry, I was a little yawn. When I was doing the pile preparation portion for your video, you guys can find that in the timestamps right before your reading portion. You know, you see me get all the cards nice and ready for you guys. I was trying to figure out if there was going to be 2 separate messages, but I believe that your energy is like, this is a big situation, like the inner child that's coming through. They have something really, really, really important to tell you, okay? And it has a lot to do with where you're at right now. And what's interesting to me is that when I was preparing energetically to begin this reading for you today, I felt like this undertone energy of seriousness here. And I wasn't really exactly able to put my finger on it, but I felt called to bring like my blue tiger's eye here. So it's as if like there is a lot of things going on beneath the surface or beneath what meets the eye. And it's as if like you're having trouble being able to fully, I don't know if you're able to fully talk to people about this or if you're keeping it to yourself. There's this feeling of like being misunderstood here, or this idea of like, I can handle it better than how anyone else can handle it, so I'm going to keep it to myself. I don't know what it is. But let us read what the booklet has to say. I feel like brown bear spirit is like an add-on to the fox spirit. So we're only going to be reading, actually, you know what? I'm going to look at both and we're going to see what catches my eye and I'm going to read it. I'm going to kind of allow Source to take the lead here in what I read. So I might skip around. Okay, guys? So for fox spirit, first up, I'm going to read just where I feel called to. Be alert now. For fox spirit has appeared, and you are meant to move swiftly. Let this clever spirit draw out your creativity as you adjust to rapidly changing circumstances with resilience, grace, and astuteness. Fox spirit helps you think on your feet, using your best judgment and wits to help you slip into a more advantageous situation. Now isn't a time to hesitate, but a time for swift action of the mind, a time to think outside the box and notice the many ways in which you might make a move, aware of your surroundings and always clear on what you deserve and wish to co-create. So that is the first energy for fox spirit. And if we go to brown bear spirit, let us see what brown bear has to say. There is a time to act and a time to focus your attention on patient strategizing. The arrival of brown bear's spirit signals that you are best served by foregoing hard work toward your goals at this moment and instead taking the time out to meditate. Or just take a nap so you can refresh yourself and begin planning what you want to co-create next. Come to know the lay of the land as you contemplate and imagine what you might do in this vast space of possibility before you and begin forming a plan. How might you become the person you wish to be and experience whatever your heart desires? Insights will arise as you explore the possibilities and begin envisioning the plan. Knowing what you want will ensure you use your energy wisely in the days ahead. Be patient at this time. The call for action will come later. So we have 2 and 8 adding to 10. Oh, wow, look. That's trippy. That's what I'm saying. They're about the same energies because look, we have 8 and 2 adding to 10, and then we have 2 and 8 adding to 10. This is mirroring energy. These are about the same thing, but they're feeding each other. There's some sort of like, okay, I don't know why I'm doing it like this, but I feel called to. I'm going to let Source just take the lead, like I said. There's no really big order or I always try to have a structure with these readings, guys. If you guys have been subscribed to me for a while, like you'll know that I try, but it always just ends up doing its own thing. And that's just how Source is sometimes, you know, we can't force it. We just got to flow. So here, there's like this energy here that wants to be in the middle. And I think that's what the message is. It's going to marry these two things. So it's like weird. I feel called to do it like this. It's like a reminder. It's forming a bowl, like an offering of some kind. I don't know why I'm seeing that in my head, like this idea of like opportunity here. So I'm gonna leave the cards like this until I can't anymore, or I'll try my best to keep it here because we have a lot of cards we're gonna be exploring today in your reading. And we're gonna be looking at the first section of this reading, which is what your inner child is feeling right now. We already got all the cards nice and set up for you guys in advance. So we have all the cards here. You guys got a lot of different cards actually. So I am quite curious to see where this is gonna unfold and like show us. Oh, you got 2 of each. I think I'm remembering now. Oh no, I'm lying. You got 1 chakra wisdom card, but then the rest are 2 of each. And that's what led me to thinking like, were these 2 separate messages? But I don't think so. I think they're gonna marry each other. Before we look at that though, I did want to show you guys the back of the deck energies that did want to come through. So first up, oh, what is this? What is it telling us? Creativity. Okay, I'm going to honor this. Oh, I'm actually going to honor this because it feels like the cards kept sliding around a lot when I was getting the table ready today. I was like cleaning it up. I was cleansing it. I was using my little cleansing sprays, my bell, you know, my sage. Honestly, I did forget to do my bell, so let me just do that really quick. Beautiful. Thank you. And we had these words keep slipping out from my prison deck. So we have ideation at the top with the color red. We have creativity and isolation kind of peeking out at the bottom. Isolation gives me the energy actually now that I'm thinking about it of brown bear spirit. Ideation is about fox spirit, thinking on your feet. When I look at the diamond, for some reason, I'm thinking of like a bullseye because there's like that little asterisk in the middle. Creativity, a light bulb. And then isolation, the dot. I love this. I love this. I love this energy. Like, it just feels very like specific. That's why I'm saying I love this. Like, it feels as if your inner child has something really important to say and it keeps coming through and showing us that in these ways. So again, like I said, I'm going to try my best to keep the cards out, but at the same time, I do stack and layer my cards, okay? So make sure that you do have something to take notes with. If you feel like this is going to be an important reading, I do have a gut feeling it's going to be extremely important for you guys. So I always do recommend you guys to take notes. I do layer things, so you might not be able to see the cards 24/7 is what I'm trying to say. That's why it's good to follow along while you take notes. You know what I mean? For the next back of the deck energy, we ended up receiving the third eye. Oh, wow. Creation. Third eye. The crown chakra, my bad, with creation. And for some reason, what's standing out to me, I've used this deck multiple times, both of these decks multiple times in my YouTube channel so far. But the color gray, I know that the gray is used to read as crown chakra in this deck, but the fact that isolation is in gray as well, and it's the closest to the chakra wisdom card as the back of the deck energy, I feel like that stands out for a reason. Like there's importance here for a reason. There's a connection. And then we also have some purple glowing here, which is giving me that creativity energy. The red sort of on the cloak, ideation, but this is more creativity and isolation. Something wants to brew. But why do you feel trapped? Like that's what I was sensing when I started remember I said there's like that undertone of seriousness energy? I keep feeling like there's this weird suffocating energy here. Like there is seriousness here because I don't know what this is. That someone feels trapped, somebody feels stuck physically, like literally trapped. Like they don't know what to do. Does that make sense? Not just trapped in the mind, but trapped physically or in the heart. Like there's some really heavy emphasis here of the word trapped. And then the next back of the deck energy we received here with my Malefique Lenormand deck, we're going to be looking at the booklet here because I'm still learning this because it's not tarot and it's not really oracle. It's its own thing. We have the Fox card. So Fox is very heavily here. And as you can see, the Chakra Wisdom is adding emphasis to creativity and isolation, but the Fox card is adding emphasis to your Fox spirit. Oh, sorry. These feed into Brown Bear. Yes, I forgot to mention that. And this feeds into Fox. You see the mix? And we have the number 14 here. So fox energy. Oh, and then the 9 of cloves. So 999 is going to be a number that's going to be very important to you. I highly recommend that you guys write that number down. There's going to most definitely be a message there coming through for you from your guide. So I do highly recommend that you look up that number and look into it, like the meaning of like seeing that number repeatedly. When you can even pause this video to do it really quick, because I feel like that message is going to feed into this first section. Does that make sense? All right, and then for the final back of the deck energy, we received from my box of emotions deck, melancholy. The idea that melancholy might be both arty and dangerous has its feet firmly in the Renaissance. During this time, each person was thought to have a unique balance of 4 elemental humors: blood, choler, phlegm, and melancholy. Dramatic events which roused strong passions were thought to impact most on the melancholy humor, turning ordinary unhappiness into a more serious disease, melancholia. Noxious fumes were sent to the brain, fogging the mind, and the victim would be left with an inexplicable feeling of sorrow and dread. Oh my goodness. The melancholic vapors were thought to produce visions, which Robert Burton described as terrible monstrous fictions in his famous account of the illness. But the Italian scholar Marsilio Ficino argued that these fumes brought creative insights, and so a cult of melancholic geniuses flourished. Even if melancholy was the mark of genius, it could bring tortures. Burton instead made writing about melancholy his life's work, and in the end saw his studies as both the cause of and the cure for the illness. So again, this idea of serious undertone, it keeps coming through within these back of the deck energies, and the reason why I say that, well, we're gonna have to see what the fox stands for. But the reason why I say that as of right now is because it's telling me within the melancholy emotion, the storyline here, melancholy was the very thing that pushed people, creatives, to create their life's work. And even though it has a lot to do with this inexplicable feeling of sorrow and dread, it fogs the brain, there's a beauty here, a silver lining. There's a needle in a haystack sort of thing where you might just be missing out on, or you're feeling this idea starting to brew, but you're not exactly sure how to give it your energy or attention right now, given your circumstances. There's something here where you're a little bit feeling trapped. Remember what I said? So I want to see where this takes us, right? Let's see what Fox says, because when we look at the number 14 as well, 14 is temperance in tarot, in the major arcana. And temperance is about like alchemizing energies and integration of some kind, being able to move forward to the next thing, or preparation for the next stage. It's like that weird in between stage where you're trying to just balance, find that harmony and where you're at. Just focus on the breath, be in the present, and allow those things to do the things they got to do on the inside, in the inner world, to take you to the next step. There's this energy here of that happening. So let's see what Fox has to say really quick. So Fox is egoism, treachery, fraud, caution, suspicion, priority for own interests. Okay, so being selfish. Well, number 9 is kind of about this energy too, because it's about individuation. Whenever I think about the number 9, I think about the 9th house. 9th house energy is about learning, education, and all of that, but for oneself, for oneself's own life experience. And I feel like a lot of people forget that when we think about the number 9. We just talk about its shedding energy, but we got to think about it in alignment to Sagittarius energy. And Sagittarius energy, they do think about the bigger picture of things, but it always helps them bring themselves back to themselves at the end, to their own experience, inner experience. You know what I mean? So there is this thing here that's starting to brew or like figure itself out within you, but it feels as if you're missing a big chunk of the key to being able to move forward efficiently right now or something like that. And like your inner child is going to be talking to you about it. And remember, we're first looking at what your inner child is feeling right now. So I think that they can definitely sense this off of you. And not to mention that they're very driven to help you figure this out. So for the set of cards we have here to just dive right into it, we have the solar plexus chakra with facade. Wow. I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut before
Oh my God, I can't talk. I'm going to keep my mouth shut until we reveal all the cards. Next up, we have consciousness. We have empathy. What today is called empathy, the sentimental philosophers of the 18th century called sympathy, which they saw evidence for in the physical flinches and winces that occur when people witness the pain of others. The promise of inbuilt sympathy led to an astonishing cult of benevolence, and benevolicists soon began to grapple with the ills of their age: slavery, child labor, animal cruelty, with utopian fever. But it was a brief flourishing of kindness. By the end of the century, tender-hearted moral weeping was being satirized for its self-indulgence, and the word sentimentality began to accrue the associations with inauthenticity and mawkishness it has today. Today's empathy is a feeling of emotional resonance between people, and it is much celebrated as a universal solvent. In emotional literacy classes in British schools, children are taught empathy so that alongside language and numbers, a capacity for vicarious feeling is becoming an expected indicator of a child's development. Oh. Has the 21st century's interest in empathy engendered a similar wave of philanthropy? When our politicians speak of a politics of empathy, it's hard not to feel cynical. But if we are shriveled by narcissism and in the grip of a compassion deficit, then we might just have to hope that empathy can build the bridges some promise it can. Again, there's this really interesting play on like selfishness versus like doing something for others, showing up for others. Again, we're going to have to keep going though, and to see how we put everything together. All right, so next up we have confidence. Bitterness, with the keywords regret, remorse, self-pity, envy, jealousy, and disgust. Wow. And then I'm going to have to unfortunately do the thing I said. We have, with my fairy cards, the number 30 with far, far away, creative daydreaming. And then lastly, the number 8. Wasn't 8 like here a couple of times? We have 8 with cry for nature, mourning for something sacred which seems lost. Your inner child is feeling very, I guess, frustrated a little bit with you because they feel what you feel. You know what I mean? Like they sense what you sense. They see what you're picturing. They see your thoughts that you push away. And there's this idea here of you continuing to sort of just like push away some sort of dream or idea that you've always had for yourself or always wanted to do for yourself, because you think that you have to like quote unquote sacrifice it for where you're at right now, or that like what you have is quote unquote enough for you, but deep down, like, you know, that's not true. And it feels as if your inner child, they want to make sure that like you're able to move forward from this and not explode down the road because you're going to keep repressing this and like, or lie to yourself basically, because there's something here that you are trying to let go over. You've been trying to tell yourself again and again that like it doesn't matter, but your inner child knows that it matters. They know that this is important to you, and they appreciate how you've been trying to sort of like consider everyone else around you, but at the same time, I think that you've sacrificed enough already, and your inner child feels agitated that you're trying to sacrifice another thing yet again, or something like that. When there's a very obvious call internally that's trying to come through and like tell you otherwise, but you're not listening to it, or when this is the very thing that can plant like the seed for
genius, basically, is what I'm channeling. You're instead seeing it as the very thing that puts this genius to an end. And it pains them to see you go through this, because I feel like you know already what I'm talking about with the consciousness card here. And your inner child knows that you know what they're feeling, why they're feeling this way, because you still think about it sometimes. Like, it might come up in your head randomly, but you try to like repress it, continue to push it off or whatever, because I don't know if there's like guilt here, but there's genuinely some sort of, there is a heavy emotion that's kind of trying to like be the excuse for you not to follow this drive, this desire of yours. So let's continue adding in by looking at the next section, which is what your inner child wants you to know specifically. We have the Voyeur Tarot deck for you guys that I chose. And for the back of the deck energy there, we received the Empress. Underneath the Empress, we have the Sage of Crystals with the keyword knower. And then lastly, we have the Man of Crystals, which is inventor. Now, I believe the Man of Crystals and the Sage of Crystals, the man is, I think, the queen, and the sage, I think, is the king. Let me just make sure that I am correct in that really quick, because I want to make sure that I'm reading this accurately for you guys. I just hit the table, my bad, with the knee. I'm so sorry if that scared anyone, because that always scares me. Okay. Child, sage. Okay, sorry, my bad. So the sage is what's known as the page. Or I don't even think they have a page in here. There's the child, the page, and the woman and the man. So the child is probably like the page and the knight, but the sage is above the king. They are the wise ones. So underneath here with the Empress, we have the Sage of Crystals and the Man of Crystals. And so this is the King of Swords and then the Sage of Swords with the Empress. So there's a lot of thinking here. And there's a lot of potential for growth. There's a lot of potential for creation. Okay. And we received what? 4 cards. So first up, we have the Woman of Cups with Rejoicer. The Two of Worlds, also known as the Two of Pentacles, with Reflection. The Five of Cups with Disappointment. And then lastly, we have the Nine of Wands with Integrity. Okay. And this card kind of like slipped out when I was trying to pick up the deck. I'm going to keep it though, because I feel called to. We have the Five of Crystals with Negativity. So, but this is like an extra card. What I'm really picking up on, pile number 3, is like the biggest thing that your inner child really wants you to know right now, whenever this reading has found you, or you have found it. It knows and it understands that you have come face to face with some sort of hurdle, blockade, something that's interfering, an interferer or interfering energy of some kind, essence. And when I see these 2 words here, they both start with R-E, re, and for some reason, the word that came into my head is redo. So you definitely want to. I don't think you're admitting it to yourself,
But your inner child is trying to remind you that it knows that you want to too. And you're not supposed to let this get in your way to go create the life you want. You know this deep down, but you're still stalling on it for some reason. Or not even stalling, but I think you're just, there could be something, someone, I feel like it could be a person that's like trying to like whisper things in your ear basically and just say the reasons why, like they're listing it out. And your inner child wants you to mute that, like drown yourself out of that. Like don't listen to, drown out like the sound is what I'm hearing. Drown out the sounds of the doubters, drown out the sounds of whoever is here trying to come up with reasons why you can't do this. Because only you truly know what you're really capable of. But the only way to find out what you're truly capable of is to start and keep trying. With the Nine of Wands ending this first set of cards, again, the number 9 is really important for you guys. The Nine of Wands is a card of perseverance and endurance, and it is a really tired, it's a sign of someone who's really, really tired. You've had to go through a lot of crap to get to where you're at right now, and your inner child knows that. They see it, they've seen you go through all this crap. But this inner child specifically, they are the version of you that is not a quitter. They are extremely stubborn. I don't know if you've had a time in your childhood where you were a very stubborn person, or maybe you still are. And something happened where that stubbornness started to like kind of die down and fade away. But this inner child is coming in here to like speak to you, tell you like, this is the thing that you have to stay stubborn with, because no one else is gonna push you to stay stubborn with it except yourself. And it sees so much potential for what you can create and go do. You're in the right energy state for it. You're in creation energy, you're in all that. And don't jump to conclusions right away. There's this idea where like you're trying to jump to conclusions, like you're finalizing things in your head, but the only reason why it feels like you need to like have the facade and like put these things in your head, plant these seeds of like doubt basically, it's just because you're really, really tired right now and you need to sit on it. You need to give yourself a little bit more time to process it, because your logical brain, I don't know what this is that's coming through, but the emotional and the logical brain right now internally, they're both two different sides of the brain. They're tired. One of them is like really, really tired, so the other one is overcompensating for you. And it's making your vision, like your thoughts process, like all that stuff a little bit foggy, a little bit blurry. It's unclear right now. You shouldn't be trying to solve anything, finalize anything at this very moment. There needs to be a little bit more time to, I guess, process or like debrief with yourself, like move in some way, shape, or form, because you've been obsessing over something for a little bit too hard. And I don't know if that means like maybe you've been talking to people about it. This could even be like therapy as well. I'm gonna be like really straight up with you guys. I don't know why this is very specifically coming through. Like for any way, shape, or form that you have been like trying to talk about this thing or figure it out, whatever that means to you, whatever figure it out means to you, like how you've been trying to do it. Like I'm hearing you need to stop because it's using one side of your brain too much and not enough the other side. And so it's creating a little bit of disharmony internally, and you might regret it long term, because you're not thinking clearly and 100% in a soul-aligned way right now. It needs some time to settle. Let me see if I can get a clarifying card for each of these things, though, because I want to see if we can add more energy and information here. So can you give me a clarifying card for the Woman of Cups here, please, inner child, for pile number 3? Clarify the Woman of Cups. We have the Man of Worlds with Achiever. Please, inner child, for pile number 3, can you clarify the Two of Worlds for me? Thank you. We have the word love with the Three of Cups. Can you please clarify the Five of Cups here?
please clarify the Five of Cups for pile number 3? We have the Four of Crystals, which is the Four of Swords with logic, clarifying the Five of Cups. And can you please clarify the Nine of Wands? Okay, so we have 2 cards clarifying that, and the final back of the deck energy here is the Sage of Cups with Regenerator. So yes, this has to do with emotions and the mind, and they're kind of battling each other. So the Six of Wands landed sideways. So I believe that the Six of Wands energy is kind of influencing the Nine of Wands. And then the card that's clarifying the Nine of Wands is the Two of Wands with Purity. There's a lot of drive, there's a lot of action taking that wants to come through. So to add more into this, I don't know if some of you guys are stuck in some sort of situation when it comes to being in a connection, a friendship. Like there's some sort of thing here where you feel like it's selfish of you to like choose you first right now. And so you've constantly tried to like come up with ways, reasonings behind why that's wrong and insincere of you and stuff like that. And your inner child is kind of like fed up with it. They have been wanting you to choose you for the longest time, but you keep coming up with reasons why you can't still. But it's just because you have such a big heart. And they love that about you. But that's where the stubbornness comes through. Like, because you have such a big heart, it can be easy to fall into the trap of feeling like you need, or like feeling obligated, like you have to constantly share your big heart with others. When that big heart of yours was always meant for you since the very beginning of time. And if you were to put all this energy into yourself, the word reduce coming through again, you will find that yes, this was an exhausting decision. This is an exhausting journey. It's going to be exhausting. I'm going to be really straight up with you, but it's going to be something that you choose. And you know, like you have a gut knowing. And your inner child is kind of like confirming this for you. Whatever this gut knowing is, like it's correct. Okay? This desire didn't just come out of nowhere. It's been building. And for you to just dismiss it because somebody thinks they know better for you, they know what's better for you, or just because one little hiccup happened, or there was some sort of like misunderstanding, I feel like, where you're kind of feeling a little bit of guilt. And I wanted to say guilt earlier, but I didn't say it. I held myself back on it because I wanted to see what the tarot was going to say. And I'm going to say it now because I am feeling there is some weird energy of guilt here, of like how things were handled, have been handled, or like something about the past. There's like guilt. And that's also something that's been driving like your stagnation, that's been driving this state of like uncertainty and feeling trapped, because since you haven't been able to fully like forgive yourself for something, I think it's because someone keeps feeding this energy though. Like I really do think that there might be someone here, and it's like your inner child's trying to tell you like, look, screw them, because you know your truth, you know how you really feel, but it seems like you need some space away from this energy. You need to not talk to people about what's going on. You can't be like sharing it, because the way you're doing it right now, it's affecting your ability to fully listen to your inner knowing that's already there. And it's affecting your ability for your inner child to actually come through cleanly, because you're not exploring, or you're not reflecting within your inner world. You're not sitting with it. You're not sitting with your inner knowing in silence. You're not doing movement medicine and just allowing your body to move intuitively to allow those downloads to come through. Like you're not holding space for insight or clarity to download within organically. Instead, you're looking for it elsewhere, and it's creating a little bit of doubt, or this ability to think that like you can't do it, when in reality, like there was a reason why that seed got planted in your mind in the first place. There was a desire here. It's very desiring based. It's passionate based, with a lot of the Wands energy ending this reading, and ideation here. And the Fox energy is fire based, passion based. So
it's gonna take time, you know, I think to reach a full conclusion with this, but it's about you like finding your way outside of the box right now, because you seem to be trapped in some form or type of box, and I don't know if it's someone keeping you there, but like your inner child wants you to know like the only way you're going to be able to figure this out once and for all and get the things you need, the answers you need, the clarity you need, is if you step out of this box, find a way to step out of it. You know, do what you got to do. Be adaptive or be creative in that way, because you're really, really smart. Like, you're good at escaping to your inner world if you need to. I don't know if this is something that your inner child, I don't know which inner child this is. I believe we have more than one inner child, and I call them our inner children. It depends on the age of when this inner child originated from, how they came, how they became birthed into being. But this inner child was somebody that was really good at kind of like thinking on their feet, kind of like like Fox Spirit. They were really good at thinking on their feet and adapting to when they needed to adapt for the sake of like feeling safe, for the sake of you feeling like you are surviving in some way. And I don't know if they would put you in like some sort of imaginary world internally. I don't know if they would like make you play pretend a lot, have imaginary friends. There was something here that was like really soothing, where you were really good at just figuring things out or finding ways to regulate when you needed to in situations in which you were like trapped in, like you couldn't physically exclude yourself or take yourself out of a situation in the past. And so your inner child, like, they're telling you to use that to your advantage right now. Like, I think maybe you've forgotten how to do that, or you forgot that you were capable of that because you've been so focused on trying to just please everyone. And when we do that, again, we start to lose a sense of ourselves. We lose pieces and bits of ourselves because we think that's what everyone else wants. And we're so focused on fear of abandonment, fear of rejection of some kind, that, you know, we forget our strengths. We forget what we're actually capable of. There's something here where your inner child wants you to know to use that to your advantage right now, because you're going to realize a lot of things. You're going to have a lot of clarifying moments where you're going to realize like, oh, maybe even this one person or people or whatever the situation is, this environment you're in right now, pile number 3, it's not doing you good. And you need time in your inner world to sit with that, download it into your being, integrate it, because if you keep telling people what's going on in your inner world right away and you're not giving yourself any time to like really sit with it, they're going to leak their own projections, their own crap into your own shit. Excuse my language, but that's the truth. And it's gonna make things get even murkier, even unclearer, like more confusing for you. And this is what's been the situation. So now you might be like trying to reason with yourself why this is the best route to go, or whatever this is. Like, you're trying to jump to conclusions too quickly, trying to figure this out as quick as possible. And that was never the way to handle this, because this is something really important to you. You don't just rush through things that matter, okay? And your inner child's kind of calling you out on that. Like, they want you to remember that this matters. It's mattered to you since the very beginning. So treat it like it's something worth protecting, you know? So the number 222 is coming through right now. The reason why I say that is because we have the 2 of Worlds, the 2 of Wands, and now underneath here we have the 2 of Crystals. So there's something here about trust, you know, and making a choice. And that there is a lot of potential. Now I understand what this means. Like, you have so much potential to be the leader in your life right now. And I think now I'm understanding how this is supposed to go. Yes. You have so much potential for that, but it's really up to you on whether or not you're willing to take the call. So let us now see, for the 3rd section, what your inner child needs most from you right now. This is where we're going to start layering things very heavily on the table, okay, guys? So we have a lot of different cards here. I'm just trying to get all the cards ready. All right, so we got a lot of cards, and we have a lot of back of the deck energy. And with this section, we're going to be looking at what your inner child needs most from you right now, meaning like what they need most from you right now in reference to the situation, and how to, I guess, show up the best way regarding the situation, okay, that you're in. So we have these cards, and we also have back of the deck energy. So I'm going to be showing you guys that first. And in case I didn't make it clear, you know that this is what you are meant to do. This thing that you keep
downplaying. It is for you, okay? Whatever has happened in the past doesn't need to be your conclusion, but you have to choose it to not be your conclusion. Your inner child is trying to remind you of that. Remind you that you're the one in control here. No one else is. You are the leader of your life story. And so that's why it says use the things that you used to do when you were younger, when you felt in like a really trapped situation. How would you feel like you're disappearing a little bit temporarily to figure things out? Or not even figure things out, but just to feel safe. Because there's something here where you need to feel safe right now. Like one of the most important things for you to prioritize to get to your decision for you. Because I feel like you're meant to do this. It's just you need to feel it in your body. Like I can tell you right through the screen, obviously, you're meant to do this. But you need to feel it yourself. And the only way to get there is if you're able to process everything that you need to process. So, you got to really reflect, ask yourself, what did you do when you were a kid, when you felt really trapped in certain situations to still be okay? Did you talk to yourself through them? Did you talk to an imaginary friend? There's something here I feel like where you would go in, and you were good at that. So it's time to bring that back out because that's part of your truth and that's part of your strengths and your abilities. And you're going to have a big epiphany here, okay? And it's going to kind of make you want to fire bolt out of this situation. So definitely do that and definitely hold space for that. And now, okay, I just wanted to make sure I did say everything I wanted to before we move in. So with the back of the deck energies for section 3, what your inner child needs most from you right now. First up, we have look in the mirror with number 40. This is where we're going to start piling things up. Next up, for back of the deck, we have let the waters settle and the stars will be mirrored in you. Take a break. Time away brings clarity. I'm going to pile these on top. Next up, we have the number 22 with have faith. We have laugh and have fun with smile, positive energy, and joyfulness. And then we're going to have to read my Shaman Wisdom booklet for this back of the deck, but we also have the number 54 adding to 9 with amethyst, masculine, 6th chakra, and earth. And then for the final back of the deck, we have acceptance. What's underneath that? Blind. All right. So before we look at all the cards, let us see what the number 54 with amethyst is about. Okay. So it says, I am amethyst. I am the healer stone. I energize stones, crystals, and people by attracting positive forces while repelling and removing negative energies. I am here to tell you to take charge of your own thoughts, follow visions, be who you are, walk your talk. I am the stone of the higher self, new spiritual awakenings, the unlimited power of knowledge through inner journeys and intuitive perceptions. You need to see beyond and look for the best, not the most practical. I am grounding and stabilization that soothes emotions. I am purification. So we have the number 4 and 8 adding to 12. 12 is the hanged man in Major Arcana, traditionally speaking. And this is about seeing a new perspective. This is about seeing that you can do this. Because I think what's holding you back the most is the doubt. The idea that you're going to lose light here when this is going to be the beginning of where the light finally gets found again and reborn, rebirthed. You know, remember the word, the two letters re. So whatever feels like it makes sense, like what comes through you, you know, you can even sit with yourself and ask yourself that. What R-E, like what word that starts with the letters R-E, like makes sense to you right now? Reborn, rebirth, renew, redo. You know what I mean? So with the cards, we have the number 48, again, the same number that was the page for amethyst coming through with 12. So again, this is confirmation. This is really important. It's willow with feminine, south, moon, and water. And you see how things keep connecting? That's how you know that this message is about like the same situation. Next up, we have time's up. Forget safety. Live where you fear to live. Take a chance. Dare to dream. Risk pays off. We have alchemy. We have the number 10 with be fluid. And then lastly, we have interact and relate community, family, and traditions. I'm trying to figure out where to put this where we do not. I'm just going to move these out of the way, unfortunately. Okay. So I don't want to confuse you guys. Let us see what this card is. The number 48 card. So now I know that the Hanged Man energy is following into this card. We got to keep that in mind. All right, so, and this lands on page 4-4. Willow. I am Willow. I stand for truth and justice. My flexibility allows me to adapt to any situation. If you are feeling a little sorry for yourself today, I am the powerful medicine you need. Be more receptive of my qualities and be more bending. I am smoking mixture and incense that captures dreams and enhances journeys. I am the smooth flow of emotions. I am love. I am protection. And then with the number 4-4, you are protected through this journey. Pile number 3, that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is going to work itself out, but you need to keep believing in it. You need to keep believing in yourself. You can't let whatever anyone else has freaking said budge with you. You know what I mean? Because you have made a lot of progress, and I don't think that you're giving yourself enough credit for that. The number 1212 is coming through. Please write that down. I feel like that's another channeled message that's coming through for you guys that you're going to have to look into, an angel number thing, okay? They need most from you. I also had another deck that we're going to look at here, but it's my self-compassion deck, and those are mindfulness-based practices. I was going to show that to you guys after. But just by looking here, oh, I wanted to look at what this card says because I never really look at the booklet within this deck because we know what bleed fluid is about. This is a new beginning. This is giving me that idea of like that snake that bites its tail. It's up to you. It's your decision to do this. But let's see what look in the mirror means and says. With page 40. Sorry, I just hit the camera with my head. I always do that. All right. All right. So we're not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to bounce around where I feel like I'm meant to. Again, 1, 2, and 6. 6 plus 2 plus 1 equals 9. Look deeply at the situation at hand. It is not coming from outside of you. You have brought it forth as a mirror of some aspect of your soul. Knowing this, how can you shift it in a way that is most empowering to you and that brings about the best possible outcome for all concerned? Just as you have manifested this situation, you also have the power to change it according to your will. While you may be tempted to blame fate, chance, or other people for challenges or hardships, When you don't take full responsibility for each and every condition in your life, you forfeit your power to create the positive changes you desire. Guilt and blame are worlds away from responsibility. In other words, drawing this card has nothing to do with feeling guilty or placing the blame on yourself. In fact, guilt and blame have no place in this issue at all. Instead, you are being reminded to dwell in a state of calm neutrality as you recognize the outside world as a reflection of yourself. The next step is to learn, grow, expand, and evolve in precisely the way the situation requires. If the presence of your inner reality in this external condition is not immediately apparent to you, know that it is your unconscious and subconscious beliefs, habits, and traits that are projected outward to create your life experience. You will benefit from shining the light of consciousness into the shadows lurking under the surface of your awareness. Peer into the mirror of truth and look deeply at the aspects of yourself you may not have previously wanted to accept. Pay particular attention to the traits in others that especially hurt, annoy, or irritate you. Where may you be harboring similar or identical traits? For example, if you feel resentful toward another for not valuing your time, how can you set better boundaries and make more time for the things you care about? If you feel mistrustful of another, in what ways have you been untrusting of your inner voice? Even though this sort of shadow work can appear intimidating, it is among the most liberating inner work that you can do. Just like bright light disperses darkness, the radiance of your conscious attention can dissolve these old shadow stories and free you up to experience ever-expanding degrees of happiness, harmony, and success. Embody the message of this card by looking into a mirror and expressing love. Even if you feel silly or awkward, touch your heart, look deeply into your own eyes, and say, "I love you," with your name. Then touch your forehead and say it again. Repeat this, going back and forth between your heart and your forehead until you believe yourself. Throughout the process, lovingly take note of any painful thoughts or feelings that come up. With immense respect for yourself and everyone concerned, become more conscious of your role in the situation. Align yourself with the truth of your essence as love. Connect with your heart's deepest longing to embody, serve, see, and be love. Once you do this, everything will immediately change for the better. I didn't expect to read the whole thing, but I did. All right. So again, there is this really strong energy here of like thinking you failed, right? Or like this obstacle that kept coming through. But the thing that you need to stop stalling on is holding space for your inner world to speak with you, connect to you, so that you can shift it into a new perspective and see how you can solve it by being this adaptive energy. And I love how these two cards are about adaptability, right? Thinking on your feet is about adaptability, but you need to take the time out to be able to figure it out. And then alchemy, you know, that's temperance energy still. With the 6 and the 5 adding to 7, this is going to take time. This requires your patience. And I'm trying to understand why interact and relate community, family, traditions came through. So I am going to gather your tarot deck that I chose for this pile. And we're going to shuffle really quick and just see if we can get an understanding on why this card came through. So why did this card come through for pile number 3? In reference to what their inner child needs most from them right now, why did this card come through for pile number 3? Oops. Okay. For the back of the deck energy, we have the Strength card. And we have the Tower. We have the Hermit. And this card is influencing this card. The 8 of Crystals, so the 8 of Swords with Synthesis. And then the Ace of Crystals is Brilliance, and it is kind of influencing the energy of this card. Again, the idea of like using the pain, the melancholy to create a work of art with strength. And then we have the Tower with look in the mirror. It landed on look in the mirror. I feel like there's a reason for that. Okay, this underneath strength, we have the Ace of Worlds with success. It's through using your courage, right? Okay, now I'm understanding it, interact and relate. So the reason why interact and relate is here with community, family, and tradition, there's this idea here that you're forgetting like your values. You're forgetting like what really matters to you. You're forgetting what's most important in your life. And you are meant to use So, okay, this is gonna get really confusing, or might even feel a little bit controversial, but I'm gonna try my very, very best to explain it how I'm feeling it in my head. But like, the thing that scares you the most, the thing that you're avoiding the most right now regarding the situation, you're meant to let yourself do, because you're gonna show to yourself and your inner child that you can do it. It's like you're gonna be able to develop a little bit more self trust just by trusting in this surrendering, which could be to step away from the situation, which could be to self isolate a little bit. Or at least, like I said, if you feel like you're in a physical situation where you're literally trapped and you can't be anywhere, use the inner child skills to your advantage, because you still have them there and you can unlock them anytime you need them. Because it's the very thing that you're scared of experiencing right now, which is something to do with suffering. Like, that's where you're going to get the most clarity. And it's like the more we run away from the things that scare us, the more we become them. It's when we face them head on, hold space for them, they're going to be our biggest teachers and blessings in a way. And there's this energy here where, how I told you, temperance is the number 14 in tarot. Next comes the tower. We need to go through a great collapse, and the things that fall or shed away are the things that were essential to fall away. Oh my God, I'm lying. 15 is the devil, 16 is the tower. There we go. So, you know how I said that? Regardless, I'm going to keep it there, because it's through temperance and then the devil that you realize you're going to go through a little bit of a battle within yourself, and the anxiety comes up, and I see that as the devil. Like, the devil comes in because it's trying to make you attach onto an old story, an old narrative, an old belief. It feels like you're in that devil moment when it comes to major arcana and the story of human self-development right now. You're meant to move into the tower, because that's where it takes you out of that stagnant energy. But the only way to do it is to journey in the fears, to journey into the why behind why you're putting all of this stuff and these thoughts on yourself right now. And that's the scary part, right? When we have to go in the inner world and experience those things again. But it seems to me like the very most painful things that scare you the most in your past, of your memories, there's some sort of wisdom there that needs to be unlocked. And it's going to help you realize why you were the way you were regarding the situation, and why everyone else was the way they were regarding the situation at hand that happened, that took place. This is going to help you reconnect to your bigger why. This is going to help you reconnect to the bigger things that matter most, and the root of what makes you feel like you, pile number 3. When you're able to reconnect to that, and now I just remembered 9 is about the hermit in tarot. So this is about going within. So once you're able to do that, that's where the epiphanies come. That's where you find out the very things that aid you in taking your next steps forward. So, oh my God, you are meant to heal. You are meant to go in your inner world journeying. So, okay, with that being said, before we move in and look at this card that came out for you and for a mindfulness-based practice that can aid you in this process as well, I did want to share with you, for anyone that does feel called to. My name is Bridget. Okay, my business is A Hymns of Heals. I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing and soul remembrance. Okay, so I work with clients one-on-one to facilitate a capacity-based healing environment online virtually, where we work together one-on-one depending on where you are at in your healing journey. Like, you can be right at the beginning of it, right before you even start. You could be in the middle of it doing therapy or no therapy, or you could be towards the tail end walking out of the journey and you want to learn how to embody better self-trust, so you don't need to lean on guidance or support anymore. Regardless of where you're at in the healing journey, I work with people, and depending on the container, or no, the part in the healing journey that they're at, I offer them different services and containers and offerings on a month-to-month basis, depending on where they're at. And I work with them that way. But what I mean by capacity-based, I work with your nervous system. We work at the pacing that your body feels most safe with. And it's a way where you can continue to move through it consistently, because I'm trying to hold on to the most important thing that we must always prioritize in healing or self-growth or releasing any form of self-sabotage, which is consistency. That's the part that a lot of people suck at, because when relapse happens, and relapse doesn't need to be an addictive based word, but it can be, falling back into old patterns, old thought processes. That's what relapse can mean. And oh, I just realized relapse is an RE word. Falling back into old ways. Wow, I just realized that. Okay, that can be a word that stands for some of you guys. And if that's the case,
that's exactly the type of people I work with. So if that is something that you are interested in, if you want to learn more about, what I can offer you, how we could work together, what I have to provide, you know, I do highly recommend that you check my description box down below and you can schedule a free soul clarity call with me. This is a call where, we see if what I have to offer would fit or work into your current situation and how we can benefit each other if our energies align well, And there's absolutely no pressure to commit or sign up to anything. Those calls are just there to see if, there's potential, and we could stay connected in some way, or, if we want to move forward right then and there. So that's something you're interested in. I do highly recommend that you check my description box down below and sign up, my loves. I am currently accepting one-on-one clients right now, so if that's something you would like to do, please feel free to do that. Okay, I just felt called to say that because it does seem like that is kind of where the cards are going, and I feel like this is a great opportunity. Maybe Source brought us together so that we can meet up in that way. If that didn't resonate though, let's just continue going, my loves, okay? So for the self-compassion card, you ended up getting the back of the deck energy that wanted to come through as one option, and then you had the card that came out itself. So for the back of the deck, I do highly recommend when I reveal these to you, I'm gonna bring them up to the camera. Just pause the video if you can, and then write it down so you can do this in your own timing. We have thankless job. Maybe no one else will show their appreciation, but you still can. Take just a moment and write yourself a note of gratitude for something you did for you. So that's one. And then for the next one, we have what else? Bring to mind a recent small frustration. Notice the sensations of the difficult emotions. Take a breath and then notice what, if any, other emotions may also be present in this moment. And with this as well, I always tell you guys this when I do it. I am going to have in my description box below the link to a free, do not worry, insight timer related meditation. It's off the app Insight Timer. That is to meet with this inner child of yours, okay? And you can heal the wounds. You can heal the things that is the root source to this avoidant behavior. And if that's something that also you would love to check out, you can check it in the description box below, my loves, okay? Now, to finish up your reading, in reference to everything your inner child wanted you to know, we are going to be getting final messages, and to do the final messages, we already got some sliplets of paper that ended up coming out organically when we were doing the pile preparation portion of your reading. So we have those there. We're going to reveal those at the end, but we're also going to be using my Crystal Power Tarot deck to shuffle and see any final messages that want to come through, okay, loves? So let us see what's coming through now. What final message is meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with? All right, so I think we have, 1, 2, 3 cards. And the back of the deck energy here is the Page of Swords with ametrine. I take care of the detail and stay in control. Taking control back over the mind. First up, we have the Moon card. With my intuition guides me to the right decision. Hopefully, sorry if that was blurry. There we go. Next up, we have the 5 of Wands. With Garnet, I stand my ground and look for peace. And then lastly, we have the Ace of Pentacles with Malachite. I am always rewarded for all I do. Okay. This is about the final message that you have here. Sorry, not this is about. Let's start with that. You can't let the inner voices mess with you. And maybe that's why I said it felt like there may have been another person that's messing with your head.
What if those other voices or those other people are the voices in your head that were never yours to begin with? Maybe there's voices from the past that are still haunting you. They're adding, they're creating impact on how you make decisions and how you form your thoughts, you know? And it's adding to the way you filter your reality right now, your current reality. It's creating all the issues now because, like, what if that's the very thing that's creating all the issues now because you're the one that's fighting with yourself? The biggest thing you need to know, though, I stand my ground and look for peace. Because this is showing to me, like, there's something about, like, good karma if you were to, like, follow through with all of this. There's something here about, like, you're in this process of clearing up the skeletons in the closet. And these skeletons are the wounds. These skeletons are the things that your inner child has to believe that you're able to, like, show up for yourself again on. And with R-E, I think of the word reliability. Like, they need to know that you're reliable, you know? That they can rely on you, that you can rely on yourself. And there's this energy here of, like, remembering to make that your ultimate goal right now, to show to yourself that you can do this, that you are capable of more than you realize, that you can rely on yourself when you need somebody the most. You don't need anyone else more than you need yourself. Okay? And that's where opportunity, that's where all the new beginnings lie. That's where the new world, the new way you're going to see life can start to come into full picture. And the only way to get there is through working with this darker side to you instead of running away from it or looking at this darker memory, the darker memories, the darker side of your psyche. There's something here that is really, like, making you kind of be like a little bit of a puppet for them. And it's through working with it, okay? Creating the change that you need to do to move forward and see this new perspective and new beginning. New world. You have, like, there's new world energy here that wants to come through really heavily, but it's only able to come through as if you take this seriously and you allow yourself to begin the journey now. So that was the last thing that wanted to come through so that you can remember what really matters, right? And let us see the sliplets of paper, the channel messages that came through for you to finish this up once and for all. For the first one, you guys have: the thing you think disqualifies you is exactly what makes you the one. Exactly. Sorry, I'm trying to make it, like, a little bit straight so you guys can, like, see. Okay, it's not going to work, but I'll read it one more time. The thing you think disqualifies you is exactly what makes you the one. Next up, Venus wants you to know: are you building this life to be loved or to feel alive? Second to last one. Don't ask, what am I here to do? Ask, what truth am I here to live out loud? Love this. And for the final message, my loves, to finish up your message and everything that your inner child wanted you to know and hear right now, we have: remember, you are the one healing and trying to grow, not them. Okay, my loves. So this is all that came through for you today within this reading. I really hope that you were able to get not just what you were looking for or hoping for, but you got more than that. Okay, that's what makes me feel the most satisfied, when I'm able to show up and do these readings for you. And with that being said, feel free to share in the comments down below your story, your experience, the situation that's
we were kind of diving into at hand, because you never know how your stories can touch other people's hearts in this community that I am trying to build here, okay? I do believe that it is heals people that help heal this world, so let us come and join together to show each other that we're serious about that we're serious about the message and the mission and the energy of that statement in itself. Because if we aren't able to be open, no one else will be able to be open. But vulnerability is our own greatest superpowers and strengths. And it's once we can find safety to be able to be vulnerable, that's when real change can start to happen to ourselves, to our inner world, and to the world around us, so we can be part of the ripple effect. Even if it's like one little drop in the ocean, that drop can create a ripple, okay? So remember that. Remember what I said. Feel free to share in the comments down below. I'll be there, but not only for me, but for anyone else that might need to hear your story too. And if this reading did resonate, it would mean the absolute world to me if you can give it a thumbs up, if you could subscribe to the channel. If you feel called to see more readings like this often, you'll be notified whenever they come through. My readings are all about self-growth and healing, you know, and sometimes I also do look at self-sabotage and things that could be coming up affecting relationships and things of that nature. If there's any topics though in particular that you guys would love for me to do or dive into, feel free to also share that in the comments down below as well. And with that being said, again, yes, I really hope that this reading was able to give you everything you were looking for and more. This is the inner child that wanted to come through. And again, don't forget, if you feel called to schedule a free soul clarity call, the link in the description box is always welcome for you guys to do that, okay? With that being said, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I'm sending you guys so much unconditional love. I believe in you. I hope you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. And hopefully I'll see you in my next readings to come. Bye.